All rise.
No, you must rise when the judge comes.
Come on.
Just bend down, man. Just bend down, please.
Okay, thank you. Can we start with the good morning, everybody. Advocate Sibeb.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioner Musi. Today we're ready to lead the evidence of the former President, Mr. Thabo Mbeki. And I beg leave that he be sworn in.
The evidence you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth. So raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Thank you.
Chair and Commissioner Musi, before we deal with the evidence of the former President, there is one housekeeping matter I would like to deal with. And this relates to a document that inadvertently slipped into the statement during the course of photocopying the statement. That is a document which is dated Wednesday, 6 August 2008. It is a Hansard recording of certain parliamentary proceedings in which the former president was responding to certain questions put to him in Parliament. It was never the intention of the evidence leaders nor the team representing the former president to have this as part of the statement. And to the extent that it has become part, we would beg leave for that to be removed from the statement.
Thank you. I have seen that, and I was wondering what that document wants in the bundle. And clearly, if you read the statement, that document doesn't form part of that statement. So I don't think that should be a problem.
Your observation is correct, Chair, and we are indebted to the Chair. Mr. Mbeki, during the course of giving evidence, you are required to speak into the microphone, and for purposes of facilitating the proper record, it is required that one person speaks into the mic at the time. You will see that every time I ask a question, my mic will be on, at the conclusion of which I will switch it off, and when you respond, you just press the mic to facilitate the recording. Now, having dealt with those housekeeping matters, it is correct that on the let's see. On the 16th of July, you signed a statement. Do you confirm that?
Yes, and I confirm that.
You have been furnished with a copy of your statement, and if you turn to page 4 of the statement, there is a signature that appears there. You confirm that is your signature?
Yes, it is, Chairperson.
Now, as I pointed out, the statement is made up of 4 pages, which deal with the issues you intend to assist the Commission with, especially in relation to the role you played, either as Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa or as President of the Republic of South Africa in relation to the acquisition of the special defense packages. Is that correct?
Yes.
I ask you to have regard to paragraph 1 of your statement, where you state the capacity in which you would be giving evidence before the Commission. Now, I suppose the commissioners can take judicial notice of the fact that in 1994 you were appointed as one of the deputy presidents of the Republic of South Africa. You confirm that?
Yes, that is correct, commissioners.
You served in that position up to the middle of 1999, is that correct?
That is also correct.
After the elections in 1999, you were then elected as the President of the Republic of South Africa, is that correct?
That is also correct, commissioners.
Now, evidence has been tendered before the Commission, starting with, among others, former Minister Alec Erwin, Minister Lekota, and subsequently former Minister Manuel, with regard to the existence of a formation referred to as the Inter-Ministerial Committee, also known as the IMC, which was a subcommittee of Cabinet. Do you confirm that?
Yes, indeed, I would confirm that.
And in terms of the evidence before the Commission, you were the chairperson of that Inter-Ministerial Committee.
That is correct, commissioners.
Now, in terms of the role you played as the chairperson of that committee, are you able to just briefly describe to the commissioners exactly what your position entailed as chairperson of the Inter-Ministerial Committee?
Well, commissioners, as chair, one had to chair. One had to chair the committee, and really it's a supervisory sort of role with the detailed work with regard to that whole package, with the detailed work being done at the ministerial level. So the responsibility of the chair in that case would be to make sure that we meet as a committee, that we address the matter of that procurement in the context of what might have been decided as to what it is that we wanted to achieve, and then to ensure that the necessary reports were given to Cabinet. Thanks.
The various former ministers who have given evidence before this commission, before you, have given evidence with regard to the role that this IMC, or the Interministerial Committee, or the subcommittee of Cabinet, as you wish, played, inter alia being to provide executive oversight over the acquisition process of the special defense packages. Now, as far as you recall, could you just briefly state, although I may point out that this has already, evidence to that effect has already been presented to the Commission, but in your role as the chairperson of this subcommittee, could you just briefly explain the sequence of events that led to the decisions that were ultimately taken to procure?
Can I just ask members of the media to not to try and interrupt our proceedings, please? I see them walking up and down, and also try in the process also distracting the former deputy president when he's testifying. Can we just make sure that there's no up and down movements when the witness testifies.
Thank you, Chair. And I beg your pardon, Mr. President. May I seek permission? I know you no longer President. May I refer you to you as Mr. President?
Well, if that does not violate any protocol or law or values or something, I'm sure commissioners, you can call me anything. Thanks.
Yes, for purposes of these proceedings, I shall refer to you as Mr. President. Now, I was in the process when I was interrupted to ask you to just briefly describe the sequence of events that culminated in the decision ultimately to procure the SDPs as they are referred to, starting perhaps with the rationale, therefore, as provided for in the Constitution.
Well, the commissioners, of course, I can only state this matter very broadly. We're talking about events that took place more than 16 years ago. There was an obligation on government arising out of what the Constitution says about the need to have a defense force which would carry out various tasks in terms of protecting the country, etc. So there was that requirement. In any case, the government was aware of the fact that National Defense Force it needed re-equipping in any case. When we came into government, the then government, it came into government in 1994, the then government had was on the verge of signing a contract to buy 4 corvettes. We discussed that matter and said that it would be wrong to approach the matter of these acquisitions in a piecemeal manner. That what would be necessary is that we have a complete look at all the needs of the National Defense Force, so that then we are better able to decide what to do with obviously what would be limited resources, what you would spend for each of the services, whether it's the Army or the Air Force or the Navy or the medical services and so on. So I'm saying that there was 2 considerations, a constitutional one and the reality that we knew that National Defense Force required re-equipping. As a consequence of which then it was decided that we should, Minister of Defense should prepare this defense white paper, which was done, and commissioners, as you are aware, the white papers are a government policy, not departmental. They might be put out by particular ministries. So we discussed the white paper and agreed in cabinet, so it went forward and discussed in parliament, and as again you would recall, it talked about the need for a defense review, which again was done, which then decided all these things about force structure and so on. So that was the process. And once we had completed that, and there was indeed the overall view in the country, including in Parliament, unanimously in Parliament, that indeed we needed re-equipping the Defense Force in the manner that was visualized, we then proceeded to go ahead with the procurement process. Thanks.
And it is so that this procurement process was preceded by a further step that was taken subsequent to the adoption of the Defense White Paper, which is referred to as the Defense Review. And it is during that process where the views of the public in general were obtained. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Commissioners, with regard to that, I would say that we were sensitive to the fact that there's a particular history that attaches to the armed forces here, in that the SADF, South African Defense Force, was part of the forces of repression. It was part of what the apartheid regime used in order to suppress the struggle here. So we're sensitive to the fact that it was necessary in a democratic South Africa to reposition the national defense force in the eyes of the people of the country. And of course, it also had this other negative experience with regard to the region. The SADF had been a big source of instability in the region, lots of people killed and destroyed and so on. So we thought it was important that the population as a whole should really have a new attitude towards the National Defense Force, and therefore that even these matters about equipping it and so on, there should be a kind of a national ownership of this. So, I mean, we could have, as an executive, we could have taken all the decisions we needed about this, but we thought it was necessary to engage the South African public, including Parliament, as I said, so that indeed everybody gets a sense of ownership of this. In addition to which, of course, is a consideration that we would have to spend significant sums of money to purchase this equipment, that even that the population generally had to take on board, having better understood what the South African National Defense Force, as opposed to the South African Defense Force, stood for, would do, and so on. And indeed, we're very pleased that that very inclusive process of consultation with the population came out with an outcome which said to us in government that indeed we'd managed to that extent to shift the attitude of the population towards the National Defense Force away from what the population would have known of the apartheid defense force, to understand that here you have a new entity consistent with this new South Africa. And that's what I would say, Commissioners, in response to this question that's been posed.
And during the course of this public process that was undertaken, with the coming into power of the new government, there were also imperatives to address socio-economic rights. And what would your comment be with regard to the decision that was ultimately taken to procure the arms in the context of the debates that prevailed at the time regarding the socio-economic rights of the majority of the population?
Well, Commissioners, again, as the Commission would be aware, the country faced many different challenges, many different needs which needed to be addressed. There's none of them important demands, none of which could be postponed. You couldn't say. There are challenges with regard to access to clean water. No, let's postpone acting on that until we've built more clinics. You couldn't. So here we've got a whole spread of challenges and things that to be done, which would have been reflected, for instance, in the Reconstruction and Development Program as was adopted by Cabinet. So this particular matter, which, as I was saying earlier, in terms of the Constitution certainly, and certainly of the needs that we knew would have to be addressed, that is the re-equipping of the Defense Force. This is one of the many matters with which government has got to deal. So in dealing with that issue, we had to see in how do we balance these expenditures on all sorts of things, expenditure on education, on health, on defense force, on the police, on all sorts of things. How do you balance this thing so that you, you achieve the best possible result with regard to advancing all of these objectives which we had to do? And I've been told, commissioners, that my colleague Trevor Manuel and people at Treasury have dealt in some detail with this particular matter. And I'm quite sure that I have absolutely nothing to add or subtract from what they have said. But one of the consequences of that is that we reduced quite sharply the expenditure on the defense, as a proportion of GDP. And of the budget. It may very well be, commissioners, I'm not making this as a definitive statement. I haven't done any measurement. But looking at it now, at some retrospect, I think it may even be that we reduced it too radically. In the end, it will have a negative consequence on the National Defense Force, inevitably. But it was in order, commissioners, to deal with the question that has been posed about how do we balance all of these needs, needs about economic development. Where do you get the money to invest in economic infrastructure? Social spending, foreign affairs. The country has got to reopen up to the rest of the world after all these years of isolation. How do you balance all of these things? I'm saying that balancing was done, and I'm quite sure that Trevor Manuel and the officials at Treasury have given a detailed account of how this was done and its outcome. And thank you very much, commissioners.
So in essence, what this process or the decision was based on to acquire these armaments was also informed by the balancing act that was undertaken at the time, regard being had to government's policy of reconstruction and development. So that's basically it.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. That's it. Yeah.
And having regard to the need of the Defense Force, the South African Defense Force at the time, as described in the evidence of, amongst others, Admiral Green and the various other officials from the SANDF, there was in fact a dire need. The equipment had become obsolete and had to be replaced. So there was a need to deal with the matter as soon as possible without delay. Would you agree with that?
Yes, no, commissioners, I would agree with that. I would say, for instance, effectively, for instance, we did not have a navy. You had sailors who were on the state payroll and so on, but no ships to sail in. Which was why it was correct, even for the previous government, the decision to acquire those 3 corvettes was correct in itself, because they were needed, as was again confirmed by the Defense Review. So, I mean, the re-equipping of the National Defense Force was clear. It was obvious and logical. Thanks, commissioners.
And also with regard to the envisaged acquisition, it is so that it was intended for the equipment to be acquired to be modern and be in line with the advancement in technology at the time that these decisions was made. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, commissioners.
And that is also a view that is expressed in the defense review, that in equipping the South African Defense Force, it was necessary to have modern equipment which would be or would enable those who operated to be able to operate it elsewhere in the world other than the Republic in the event that need therefore arose.
Yes, that would be correct, because I'm the part of the kind of military policy that we're developing also included visualizing our contributing to peacekeeping efforts on the continent. So we had to be able to have that kind of outreach beyond the borders of the country. Thanks.
So if one has regard again to what is stated in the last part of paragraph 1 to your statement, it is recorded there that the subcommittee of cabinet played a role in giving effect to the decisions of cabinet regarding the strategic defense procurement packages. What would you, in brief, describe these decisions of cabinet be with regard to the procurement of these packages, among others?
Well, commissioners, I mean, the first decision, of course, would have been that we must take the necessary steps to make sure that this equipment is acquired. And therefore, various structures would have been established to process this matter. I'm talking about structures below the ministerial committee, who would then look at the matter and then recommend to the ministerial committee. So one of the decisions would be that. There would have been other decisions like, for instance, a decision that says, let us look at affordability. Once you'd said, this is what we're going to get, which is a matter which the Treasury, Minister of Finance and Treasury would have dealt with, but they would have reported to the ministerial committee in the first instance. So ministerial committee would have to look at that to see whether what has come out of that is a matter that can properly be reported to cabinet, would process it to that extent. I mean, I'm sure that that would have happened also with regard to the first reports of the negotiating team, which then had to negotiate final contracts with the preferred bidders, that cabinet would have said, set up this thing and let it do whatever. And then the ministerial committee would have had oversight of the work of that negotiating team, so that by the time the report comes to cabinet, it would have been processed by the ministerial committee. Thanks.
Now, we have already touched on your role as the chairperson of this interministerial committee, and you have testified that the various ministers who formed part of this committee were responsible for the functions in their respective divisions. For instance, the late Minister Joe Modise, as Minister of Defense at the time, would have been responsible for defense matters. Former Minister Manuel would be responsible for financial and treasury matters. Former Minister Erwin would have been responsible for issues relating to the national trade and industry, also regarding the industrial policy that had been developed by cabinet at the time. Now, while these individual and respective ministers were responsible individually for their departments, is it so that as members of the IMC, they would discuss the matters relating to their respective departments jointly as members of the IMC and perhaps seek to reach consensus at that point?
Yeah, I should say, commissioners, there was another member of the minister, member of the IMC, that's the Minister of Public Enterprises, that we haven't mentioned. That's important because it relates to, for instance, your dips, because you are dealing with state corporations in the military defense sector. So I'm saying that we didn't mention the commissioner, commissioners, the fact that you also had the Minister of Public Enterprises as member of the ministerial committee. Now, indeed the particular matter of processing matters relevant to each ministry, of course, would first of all be done by the minister concerned, which report in the end would come as all other reports from the lower structures we would then ultimately come to the ministerial committee as recommendations. So that's what would happen. And sure, as a ministerial committee, I'm quite sure that in instances where this might have been necessary, we would have had a look at ensuring that there is coherence. There is coherence in terms of the decisions that are being taken, affecting different departments and ministries.
And this, to an extent, is what the Constitution in Section 85 refers to as coordinating functions of Cabinet. You find that the late Minister Stella Sigcawu, as Minister of Public Enterprise at the time, would be looking at the impact that the procurement would have with regard to the defense industry. Minister Erwin would also have regard, together with his department, on the impact that would be achieved with the leveraging of industrial participation from the various bidders and so forth. Is that how this was intended to function?
Yes, certainly I would imagine that, yes, that's how the matter would have proceeded.
Now, if you turn to paragraph 4 of your statement, it appears on page 2 thereof. It is recorded there. This is after you have indicated that you, together with other members of the Interministerial Committee, had taken a decision to assist the Commission in every manner possible in the discharge of its functions. You record there at paragraph 4 that in that context it is important to make the point that none of the members of the IMC acted in their personal capacities when executing the functions as members of the executive. Could you just briefly expand on the import of what you say there?
Yes, commissioners, I thought it was important to make this statement because you see a lot of, over the years, you've seen a lot of comment which seems to attribute particular actions, government actions, to individuals. Policies and actions, which is not how our government functioned. As I was saying that earlier, commissioners, when you, as the Commission knows, when you talk about a defense white paper, which is tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Defense, it is in fact a cabinet document. It's a decision of cabinet. So the cabinet has discussed it and so on. So you could say in a colloquial sense that Minister of Defense has said, but it's only colloquial. So, and that's the point we're trying to make here. And therefore, that the decisions that came from the ministerial committee were not decisions that were made by the members of the ministerial committee acting in their individual capacities. They had to report. Our senior committee was the cabinet. We had to report to the cabinet. This is what we're recommending, and explain why they were recommending whatever. And the cabinet would then take a decision. So I thought it was important to understand this. I'm saying because you get this quite a lot, this rather strange notion that major decisions of government are taken by individuals as though you have the capacity, the possibility to do a thing like that. At least nobody did when I was in government. Thanks.
And in that vein, that would also exclude you from having taken any particular decision regarding the SDPPs in your personal capacity, or in your capacity as president, or in your capacity as chairperson of the IMC.
Yes, commissioners, I mean, there are no decisions that were taken by the chair of the ministerial committee or the deputy president or the president of the country. There were no individual decisions that were taken with regard to this. All decisions, all the final decisions with regard to this matter were cabinet decisions.
You point out in paragraph 6 that the former ministers, your colleagues, have already given evidence to the Commission with regard to material issues that arose with regard to their participation in various decisions involving the SDPPs, and you say in paragraph 7 you endorse the evidence given in that respect. Do you still confirm that?
Yes, commissioners, I definitely do confirm that.
Now, once the decision to procure these packages had been taken, the implementation thereof was left to the various officials within the SAN Defense Force and the other departments that participated in the process. That process culminated in a cabinet, I beg your pardon, a briefing to the interministerial committee, which, according to the evidence before the Commission, took place on 31 August 1998, where a recommendation was adopted in terms of which certain equipment would be sourced from their recommended suppliers. Do you recall that?
No, commissioners, no, I don't recall this meeting. It would have taken place, we said 1998. That's what? How many years ago was that? 16 or something? No, I don't. Thanks.
In fact, to that effect, there is what appears to be a recordal of the proceedings of that meeting, and in respect of which Minister Casserols gave evidence as to what motivated the decision to procure some of the equipment from certain suppliers. And I believe you possibly would be aware of one controversial program in these packages, which was the acquisition of the Hawk from BAE. Do you have any recollection, vague or somewhat detailed, about this matter?
Well, commissioners, I would presume that both Ronnie Castles, who at this time was Deputy Minister of Defense, and the officials and officers from the Defense Department and National Defense Force, I'm sure they would have addressed this matter. But as I recollect the discussion, when the recommendation came to the ministerial committee from the lower committees about this particular issue, a trainer. Now this is a trainer for the Gripen. As I recall it, there was a proposal about two options. That the ministerial committee could agree to option one or it could agree to option two. In terms of option one, I think the Italian trainer was the preferred trainer in terms of option one. And in terms of the second option, the Hawk was. And the difference here was that what had to be decided really was the Italian trainer would be cheaper than the Hawk. But the Hawk would have certain advantages over the Italian in terms of compatibility with the Gripen. Therefore, from the point of view of training of pilots and whatever else the Air Force does, from that point of view, the Hawk was a better plane, but it was a more expensive plane. So, as Ministerial Committee were to take a decision in reality, which was, does cost trump this compatibility and other advantages, or does compatibility and this other advantage trump cost? So a choice had to be made. and we decided that let us go with the Hawk and then see how we manage the cost implications of that within the totality of the budget that would be allocated for this purpose. So I think that's a decision. That as I recall it, I would imagine that, as I was saying, the then Deputy Minister Castrils and officers from the National Defense Force and officials from the department might have a more detailed explanation about this. But I think broadly, commissioners, I think that was what the issue was, and that's how we arrived at a decision, which then, of course, was a decision, and that was then adopted finally by Cabinet.
And would you recall if there was any detailed presentation with regard to the costing of both these programs furnished to the Interministerial Committee at the time that it had to apply its mind to the recommendation coming from the lower committees?
Well, Commissioner, I don't know these matters about cost would obviously have featured in terms of the report coming from the committees below to say we had shortlisted the following whatever, and we think this one is best, this is number one, number two, and they would have explained on what basis this one becomes first and second. So to that extent, there would have been a discussion of the financial elements of that. But I would imagine that there would have been a much more extensive discussion of this matter once the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, came with the affordability study, looking at the totality of the budget. I would imagine that might have been the occasion to have a more comprehensive discussion about the money matters. Thanks.
And perhaps for the assistance of the Commission, the issues relating to the choice of the hawk and the affordability and rationale, the commissioners would find in the transcript of proceedings at the following references: page 7187, lines 4 to 25. And with regard to affordability, these appear in the evidence again of former Minister Trevor Manuel at page 7188 as from line 4, and page 7198 as from line 1. It continues at page 7201, line 10 to 7203, line 22. That's where the detail of the affordability study and in relation to the acquisition of the entire package appears to have been dealt with in his evidence. And I believe these matters would have been canvassed during the meetings of the Interministerial Committee over which you presided.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners.
There's an issue raised in paragraph 8 of your statement regarding the extensive litigation relevant to the issue around the validity of the contracts that were subsequently concluded and the affordability of the packages. As I recall through the evidence, again, of former Minister Manuel, that litigation involved you at that time having been cited in your capacity as the President of the Republic. Do you have any recollection, independent of having refreshed your mind about it regarding that litigation?
No, Commissioners, I wouldn't. I mean, I recall indeed that, as has been stated, I was cited as the President in these instances. And indeed, as government, we then decided that the Minister of Finance and Treasury would take the lead in terms of responding to this issue. So we didn't, therefore, deal with it in any direct and detailed sense. Thanks.
Now, having dealt with that matter, perhaps it might be appropriate to just digress, take a step or two back, that after the recommendations was made to the Interministerial Committee at the meeting in terms of which the evidence suggests was on 31 August 1998 to approve certain suppliers. This matter, is it correct, was considered by the Interministerial Committee, and it in turn made a recommendation to Cabinet, which then took a decision in principle to approve the recommendation that was made, and this was during in September 1998. Do you recall that? September 1999, I beg your pardon. Do you recall that?
Yes, Commissioners, the process was that, as I was saying, there would be committees below the Ministerial Committee that would look at all of these matters in the detail, and then come and report to the Ministerial Committee and make recommendations to the Ministerial Committee, which would then discuss those prior to forwarding them to the Cabinet. So, sure, at some point, there would have been a time when the Ministerial Committee having looked at the recommendations that would have come from the committees below, would then have gone to Cabinet and made various recommendations. And as I recall it, the Cabinet actually accepted the recommendations that were made by the Ministerial Committee. So I'm saying, Commissioners, I can't confirm the exact dates, whether the date was on the 9th of January or March or February or whatever. But at some point, the recommendations were made to the Ministerial Committee, including, which recommended all of these things, which ultimately became the decision of the Cabinet. There may very well have been this meeting which took place somewhere in Durban in '98. It may very well have happened. If it didn't happen, it would have happened. If it didn't happen then, it would have happened at some other point. But in the end, the fact of the matter is, Cabinet took certain decisions based on recommendations made by the IMC, which IMC itself would have listened to presentations made to it by other committees.
In fact, if you have regard to paragraph 9 of your statement, you state there that the record shows that in November 1998, Cabinet approved the preferred suppliers for each of the equipment types comprising the SDPP, and Cabinet simultaneously at that point requested that matters relating to affordability should be investigated. So in November 98, Cabinet took a decision with the caveat that the affordability of the packages be investigated.
Commissioners, yes, that is correct.
Now, it is common cause now, and through the evidence of former Minister Manuel, that the exercise relating to the investigation of the affordability was undertaken, and on the evidence before the Commission, a presentation thereof of the affordability study was made to the Interministerial Committee around September 1999. Do you have any recollection of that without the aid of any document at this point?
No, the only thing I can say, Commissioners, is that indeed there was a report presented. We discussed it, and then having satisfied ourselves that it had addressed what the Cabinet had said must be addressed, we took it back to Cabinet. What month that was, and so on, or even the detail of the discussion, I can't recall now.
Now, in paragraph 10, you state that when Cabinet was finally satisfied that it had attained an affordable contracting position that government could support, it took a decision in December 1999 in which it authorized the signing of the contracts with the successful suppliers. Do you recall that decision being taken by Cabinet?
Yes, Commissioners, I do. Indeed, this is a decision as is recorded here.
Could you just briefly set out the circumstances surrounding the decision being taken, if you recall?
Well, Commissioner, I'm not quite sure that I understand that question, but I mean, this is a culmination of a process. A decision having been taken, National Defense Force needs re-equipping, and go through a process to say this is how it needs to be re-equipped, and then pose the question, is it affordable? At the end of all of that process, a Cabinet in December 99 said, well, all of these matters have been addressed, and in terms of the negotiations with the preferred bidders, what we required needed to be done with those preferred bidders in terms of the negotiations has been done. And therefore we can now proceed to sign the contracts with the successful suppliers. So I'm saying really, I think Commission, it really just represents a culmination of this process which started quite earlier when these various decisions were taken to do this procurement.
Now, in paragraph 11 of your statement, you state that you have at all times held the firm conviction that the decisions of Cabinet, I presume this is in relation to the SDPP, were compliant with the Constitution and within the constitutional mandates conferred on Cabinet. Why was it necessary to include this statement or this assertion in your statement?
Well, Commissioners, I'm saying this because there are some matters that have been in the public domain for some time, some of which have suggested that there was something wrong, even probably constitutionally wrong, in terms of a government deciding to go for this requisition in the light of the various demands that the country has for houses and this and that and the other. To make the point that people shouldn't cherry pick what the Constitution says. It requires a defense force of a particular kind. It describes it, as the Commission knows, the task of this defense force. So, so to that extent, I'm saying that the decisions taken by government were compliant with the Constitution. And it also relates to matters that belong within the mandate of the National Executive, as defined in the Constitution. Because again, I've heard that there's been some argument presented that once the Cabinet had agreed on all of these things, the affordability issue and so on, it needed to go to Parliament to have that endorsed. It's clearly wrong. What happens is that the budget, national budget, as I'm sure the Commission is perfectly aware, national budget is approved by Parliament. What would have happened in this particular case is that all costs that government incurs, as this one, must be provided for. There must be necessary funds have to be found. Those funds have to be approved by the national parliament. So that matter, therefore, would have gone to Parliament via that national budget. The funds that would be allocated to finance this acquisition. Not that if Cabinet wants to buy 20 chairs, it must go to Cabinet to Parliament to get permission to acquire 20 chairs. There's no such requirement. But that purchase, in terms of the national budget, must reflect. So, and that's why we're making these references to these constitutional matters, because, as I say, because of some things which somehow have been put in the public domain, seeming to suggest that somehow the government had acted in a manner that was unconstitutional. Thanks.
Now, you would have seen that that brought us to the conclusion of your statement, as I understand it. Is there anything else with regard to the role that you played, either as Deputy President of the Republic or President of the Republic or the Chairperson of the IMC in relation to the acquisition of the packages that you would like to add, which is not included in your statement?
No, Commissioners, I can't think of anything. I think we've said whatever needed to be said, but of course, the Commission may want to ask some further questions. I don't know. Would be available to answer those. Thanks.
Chair and Commissioner Musi, that is the evidence in chief of the President Mbeki.
Thank you, Advocate Sibeko. Is there any person who will be interested to cross-examine the former state president?
Commissioner, my name is Paul Hoffman. We haven't met, mainly because you refused to meet me when I tried to meet you.
You are all right. I refuse to meet you.
we have
Late
now
in the evening in my office, I won't talk to any of the parties involved. You are correct. I refuse to meet you.
I want to cross-examine the witness on behalf of Terry Crawford Brown, who is sitting next to me in this meeting. Please.
I think just for the record, Mr. Paul Hoffman is correct. I refuse to meet him. He came to the office together with his client. I was sitting and working at about 7 p.m. Then I was told that they want to meet me. I refused. And the reason is simple. You can't see any of the parties or one of the contestants in the absence of other parties. And for that reason, I said to my secretary, tell Mr. Paul Hoffman I will not meet him. He is correct. Before I go to the next person, Mr. Paul Hoffman, who is the instructing attorney, so that we can get our records straight.
I'm here on the instructions of Charles Abrams, who has been in correspondence with the Commission over various matters over the past few years.
Thank you. I'll tell you why I was asking that question, because I thought at some stage we received a letter from them saying that I'm no longer acting for him. I might be incorrect. But then if they're still acting for him, that is fine. That will also help us to try and arrange with him for the statement of Mr. Taylor Clifford Brown in order to prepare a statement so that he can come in and testify. Advocate Ndume, you've got it. So we know who to contact in order to try and arrange the statement of Mr. Taylor Clifford Brown. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Any other person who might want to?
Sorry, before we move on, there's already been negotiation with Mr. Advocate Madumbi in relation to the availability of Mr. Crawford Brown, who is willing to assist the Commission, but unfortunately has to attend a conference in Turkey.
No, just hold on. I'm not dealing with that issue now.
We'll worry about that ourselves.
Yeah,
I'm just putting it on record.
I'm not dealing with the question of his availability
Yes.
on the date that we have subpoenaed him to come and testify. That we'll deal with it at a later stage. Can I get the second, any other person who might want to cross-examine the former state president?
Chairperson, yes, De Vos and Ms. Snyman, on behalf of Lawyers for Human Rights, would request the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Mbeki.
Thank you. I think that seems to be the only two people. Just so that we can get our timing correct. Mr. Hoffman, more or less, how long do you think that your cross-examination will take? More or less.
Mr. Commissioner, that's a very difficult question
Just
to
a
answer.
rough estimation. I'm not going to hold you to that.
I imagine that I will take most of the rest of the day.
Most of the rest of the day. Okay, thank you. And Advocate De Vos? Just a very rough estimation.
It's obviously very difficult to say. Depends on the answers that we receive from the questions that's going to be put to the witness. But it may take an hour or two.
Okay.
I'm not as optimistic as Mr. Hoffman about the time.
Thank you, Advocate De Vos. I think this might be the right moment to take a tea adjournment, and we'll come back after 20 minutes. Thank you.
Quickly, guys. Okay, what? 15 years after his government signed off on the purchase of an array of Navy and Air Force equipment, former President Thabo Mbeki will answer questions about his role in that process. Mbeki was directly represented in negotiations with arms suppliers and, like his negotiator, is likely to be taken to task about the cost of the deal. He is also expected to be questioned about the so-called offset programs, meant to compensate for the expenditure by stimulating local industry.
The employment impact of a investment program like the defense procurement program is always inclined towards the negative, because you have a cost that is being incurred, which impacts negatively on the economy.
Mbeki is also likely to face some direct questions about arms deal corruption and kickbacks.
It's an opportunity for him, I think, as a former president, to really take not only the nation into his confidence, but rather to start talking the truth around the arms deal.
The irony is uncanny. Thabo Mbeki spent much of his presidency fending off claims that he was orchestrating the prosecution of Jacob Zuma for arms deal corruption. Now, a commission mandated by Zuma as president has hauled Mbeki out of retirement to account for the same arms deal. Thulasizwe Simelane, Johannesburg.
You deserve to know more.
enca.com
That's gone, Brian. No, didn't like that one. Yeah, that is it.
Can you confirm that we're still under oath? Mr. Hoffman?
Later. That sounds more like I have less competition. May I proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
I'm not quite sure. I see one of the microphone next to former president seems to be on. Will that affect the recordings or not? Thank you. Mr. Hoffman, you can go ahead then.
There's another one at the midpoint between us, but if the technicians are happy, I'm happy. I just don't want to be a fly in the ointment, as they say.
Apparently they are happy.
Good. Mbeki, and please forgive us for calling you Mr. Mbeki, but we prefer the precedent set by your predecessor, President Mandela, who chose not to be called president after his term of office. The evidence that you've given this morning is a short summary of matter which is not really in an adversarial domain. What we are busy with here, as you know, is a Presidential Commission of Inquiry appointed by President Jacob Zuma to enable him to be better advised as to what happened many years ago, and some of it is a very long time ago, in relation to the acquisition of arms by South Africa after the new South Africa dawned, and what followed in terms of implementation of what are called offset deals by the press. So I do not seek to have an adversarial conversation with you. I seek to elucidate facts and sort out in chronological order what is what we hope is germane to what the Commission has to do if it is properly going to discharge the very onerous mandate which has been given to it by President Zuma.
Mr. Hoffman, can we get to the cross-examination, please?
Yes, we can do that. Can you tell us what position, prior to becoming Deputy President of South Africa, did you hold in the
These questions will assist the Commission in arriving at decisions which it's mandated to in terms of its terms of reference. Obviously, Chairperson, you will control the manner of asking questions, but for the life of me, I do not see the relevance of this question.
Mr. Hoffman, do you have any reply to that? Because
yes,
I'm not quite sure whether the position that the former president held within the ANC at that time has got any relevance with what we are doing now.
It really relates to how it happened that he became the deputy president. That's really, it's a lead-in question to why it was that he became deputy president in 1994. But if it worries my learned friend, Mr. Marani, then I don't need to ask it. I can simply go straight to you were deputy president from 1994 to 1999. Is that correct?
Just hold on. Let's leave out the ANC if at all is not relevant. Get straight to your questions. He was a deputy president at that time. We all know that.
There is a need for a record, and that is why I'm asking the question.
Yes, indeed, I was. Thanks.
And during the term of your deputy presidency, you were effectively the Prime Minister of South Africa. You were the hands-on, day-to-day person running the show. Your president was a reconciler and a nation builder rather than a day-to-day mechanical operator. Is that a fair summary of what was happening in the early years that you were in cabinet?
No, Commissioners, it is not. President Mandela was the head of state and head of government and functioned as such. There was no suggestion that anybody played a role of a prime minister by a position which we don't have. No suggestion whatsoever. No, the description is wrong. Thanks.
You regarded yourself as his deputy.
Not that I regarded myself as such, I was. So I was appointed and so on. So I was deputy president together with deputy president F.W. de Klerk.
And when it came to this arms acquisition, you were the president, the chairman of the interministerial committee that was seized with the task of finding the right balance and mix in relation to the acquisition of arms.
Yes, I chaired the interministerial committee appointed by cabinet to have oversight of that over that process.
And when did that committee cease to function?
Oh, I would imagine, I haven't checked on that, but I would imagine that it would have ceased to function once it had completed its work.
You don't have a date or that you can remember?
I'm afraid I don't, Commission.
What I'm going to do next, Mr. Mbeki, is try to place a chronological context on how it came about that South Africa spent what was initially going to be 6 billion rand on armaments, which was then revised to 10 billion rands, and by the time the deal was done, it was 30 billion rands. And if we read in the newspapers today, it is 90 billion rands. What I want to do is put all of that in chronological context on the basis of your particular role.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. Advocate Moiran.
Chairperson, a learned colleague is putting misleading statements. There was never any stage where the cost of this acquisition was going to be 6 billion rand.
And then, secondly, Mr. Hoffman, if I remember, we have had a lot of evidence, even from Treasury. Nobody ever mentioned 90 billion rand. I'm not sure where you get that figure from.
The figure to which Mr. Marani is complaining is the one in the Defence Review way back in the 90s, and the 90 billion is the figure that is now being, and as I put it, bandied about. I don't say it's an accurate figure in the press today.
Can we just try and stick to facts? If at all you are going to lead any evidence about the 90 billion rand that you are talking about, I think you can continue with your question. If you are not, please try and refrain from making statements which you will be unable to justify at a later stage. I haven't seen any 90 billion rand. I've had witnesses from National Treasury, I've had witnesses from DTI, none of them spoke about 90 billion rand. Maybe let's just leave out that figure from the equation, because otherwise your question will be misleading.
As the Commission pleases, when you became Deputy President, the situation in the South African Defence Force, as it then was that there had been severe budget cuts and staff cuts. They weren't in a healthy state. Is that a fair statement? I'm talking now about the period between 1989, when the end of apartheid began to dawn, and 1992, which is when the CODESA process began. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Mbeki?
I don't know, Commissioners. I've not studied what would happen to the National Defence Force before '94, so I really don't know.
Sorry, that's a fair answer, and I can't expect you to give evidence about stuff you don't know about. But you did mention that there was talk, and my date is March 1993, that the Navy, the SA Navy, as it then was looking to purchase 4 new corvettes from Spain. I think you mentioned that in passing in your evidence in chief this morning. Is that correct?
I mentioned, Commissioners, was that when we came into government in '94, we found that the government had acted to acquire 4 corvettes, indeed from Spain, but that the contract had not been signed.
That is correct. We're on the same page. That was what was under review. They are much smaller vessels, much cheaper vessels than the vessels that were eventually acquired under the arms procurement package. Is that right?
I don't know.
Now, my instructions are that in the period the 6th to the 14th of January 1995, you are now Deputy President. You traveled to Germany and you told the German Foreign Minister that the race is still open for companies to submit tenders for the corvettes. Do you remember ever saying that?
No, I don't, but I'm sure we can check with that former Foreign Minister of Germany as to that, but I don't.
He was the Foreign Minister, and I'm sure we can. It was reported at the time, and my source of this information is a well-known South African historian whose name is Paul Holden, who has spent many years crouched over a computer screen researching the arms deals, as you probably know.
No, Commissioner, I'm afraid I don't know him. I don't even know of him. But I'm saying that, sure, he might have said what you say he said, but I can't recall any such thing.
Not in a position to dispute what he has said about what happened when you visited Germany in January 95.
No, I'm not. He made commissioners, he might have been told by the German foreign minister. That's what I said with the foreign minister, because I can't remember Mr. Holden being present in meetings I had with the German foreign minister. But he would have got his information somehow. And maybe if the German foreign minister told him that, I don't know. But I can't recollect it.
Do you recall that the Corvette deal was scrapped, the intention to get Corvettes, that idea was scrapped in June of 1995 when the Cameron Commission of Inquiry was in full flow and there was intense public criticism of the idea of spending money on Corvettes while half of the population of South Africa is living in poverty and shacks and less than ideal circumstances. Do you remember that happening, that the Spanish deal never happened?
Just hold on before the former president can respond. I don't quite understand the question. Can you perhaps rephrase the question?
Yes.
I know that, according to the evidence that we have, that the earlier attempts to acquire the Corvettes were stopped because of the defense review. That's what the Navy said to us. They said the idea was that they must go through the defense review so that there can be national consensus on the requirements of the SANDF. That is the evidence that I have. Now you have added quite a lot of other things that I didn't quite understand what you are saying about the other things that you said.
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, if I put too many things in one hit, I will break the questions up more and we will be here longer. But the reason that Holden gives for the scrapping of the plan to get Spanish Corvettes is that the public was unhappy about the idea of spending a lot of money on expensive warships when we did not appear to have any enemies.
Well, Chairperson, as I was saying, I don't know Mr. Holden. I don't know also why this reliance on Holden. I explained this earlier today, this morning, indeed, Chairperson of the Commission, as you have indicated, that we took the decision to cancel that. No, I'm saying contract had not been signed, to terminate that process, because we're saying it's important to have an overall look at the needs of the National Defense Force, and not say today we'll buy for the Navy and then ask a question, well, what does the Air Force need, and all of that. And that was the reason. Whatever Mr. Holden, he's entitled, of course, to his views, but that was the reason. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Holden is one of the witnesses that will be giving evidence to this commission in due course, but I think in fairness to you, if you are able to add light to what is going on, then obviously you do so. If you don't remember, you don't remember, and I'm not going to try and force you. I'm not here to force you to remember things that you don't remember. It's a long time ago, and a lot of water has flowed under the bridge since then. Really, let's get on with the job. As regards the Air Force, my instructions are that in October of 1995, the Air Force did an analysis of its needs, and it said, all we need to do is to replace the Cheetah trainer aircraft that were then in service in South Africa. They've since been sold to Ecuador, as you probably know. But my question is, were you aware that the Defence Force was not, at that time, asking for expensive Hawks and Gripens?
I'm sorry, before the former president replies, Mr. Hoffman, please try and put to the witness the correct facts. The evidence that we had from the SNDF does not accord with what you said. At no stage did they say that they do not want to replace the cheaters. As I understood the evidence, the cheaters' lifespan was almost coming to an end. And then two, the Alouettes' lifespan had come to an end. And they set out exactly what their requirements were. I don't remember the type of evidence that you are saying that was led by any one of the Air Force members or the SANDF. Maybe try and put the proper proposition to the witness so that we can get an answer from him.
Mr. Commissioner, my function is not to put what the SANDF has come and said before this commission. My function here is to put my instructions and to seek to help you to find out whether you are being told the truth when you are told what you are told by officials who have whatever reasons they may have to tell you what they tell you. But simply because they have told you something does not turn it into the Holy Grail. It is their evidence, and I am entitled, on the instructions of my client, to put to this witness, who is the man on whose desk the buck stopped, what other people say was actually going on at the time. That's my job.
I agree with you. In other words, if I understand you well, this is the evidence that your client is going to lead. Thank you.
My client and Mr. Holden, who is the source of the information. Let's just take a step back.
Just hold on. You're saying that your client and Mr. Holden, that is the evidence that they're going to lead before the commission.
Correct. And
then in that case, you are entitled to put that question to you.
And they will say also that Ecuador has bought those cheaters, and those cheaters are still in service in Ecuador.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. I see Advocate DeForce at the back is raising a hand.
I don't know who that is.
Yes, Advocate DeForce.
Mr. Chair, I act on behalf of Mr. Holden, and obviously I cannot object to whatever is put on behalf of Mr. Terry Crawford Brown to Mr. Mbeki, as long as it's clear that whatever instructions Mr. Hoffman is putting to Mr. Mbeki does not come from my client.
I'm waiting for this is what I thought. I was a bit surprised that, Mr. Hoffman now is acting also for Mr. Holden and Mr. Terry Crawford Brown. Now, by then, thanks a lot for clarifying that. Mr. Hoffman, you're not acting on behalf of Mr. Holden.
No, I'm
the
not.
version of Mr. Holden will be put by Advocate DeForce sitting right at the back there. She's acting for Mr. Holden. Thank you. Maybe let's proceed.
What I can put on behalf of Mr. Terry Crawford Brown is that at the time, which was in 1995, the cheaters then in service in the South African Air Force had a 12-year lifespan, and they were sold to Ecuador, and that they are still being used in Ecuador to this day. And I ask the witness whether he can enlighten the commission in the light of the fact that he was the chairman of the Arms Acquisition Committee in relation to this aspect of the matter.
Chairperson, that is not correct. He was not the chairperson of the Arms Acquisition Committee. There was a different chair of that particular committee.
I misspoke. My learned friend is quite right. He was the chairman of the Interministerial Committee. I take it back, and I apologize for wasting the commission's time.
No, commissioners, I don't know anything about this report. It never arose in terms of the work of the Interministerial Committee.
You referred in your evidence in chief to the defense white paper that was produced early in your term of office. And I want to suggest to you that my information is that that happened in May of 1996, and that the Department of Defense asked for a balance to be struck between what was then the RDP, the Reconstruction and Development Program, and the need to prepare the country for any military eventuality. Is that a fair summary of how you recall the white paper?
Commissioners, I would imagine indeed that would have been the attitude of government. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't read that white paper for many years. I wouldn't be surprised if it reflected what government thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. We're making progress now. And of course, what was in front of the stove at the time was the notion that the primary object of the Defense Force is to defend and protect the Republic, our territorial integrity, our people, and the principles of international law in relation to the use of force. That's really what it was about. Those were the principles that we were now bringing to bear in the new South Africa.
That's what is reflected in the Constitution, but in the process of the defense review, in discussion of defense policy, defense posture, this matter, of course, was also added that South Africa had an obligation towards the rest of the African continent.
Yes, that was part of that African Renaissance in which you and I have participated. The question that I have to raise with you seriously is, what military eventualities were you, as chairman and deputy president, aware of at the time that these considerations were on the table and that this white paper was there?
Commissioners, the views of government with regard to threats and all of that are reflected both in the white paper and the defense review. As a person, I don't have any views that are different from those.
You are not personally aware of any possible threat, nor are you surprised to discover, as we sit here in 2014, that none of those weapons that we obtained, or none of the armaments that we obtained, have ever been used in anger in South Africa since then.
No, commissioners, I'm saying my personal views are entirely irrelevant here. What we're talking about here are government decisions, and government decisions are explained in the documents to which I have referred, and I think that is what is material to the work of the Commission.
Perhaps I should ask you the question a little bit more bluntly, even though I'm trying not to be blunt with you. Are you aware of any tactical or defensive use that the corvettes, the submarines, and the jets that we have acquired under this deal have been put since we bought them?
Chairperson, while I was in government, we never did. We never, where I was sitting in government, check on the operations of submarines and ships. Where was the submarine yesterday? Where was this aircraft another day? What were they doing? I'm sure that people in the National Defense Force and Defense Department can answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. I suppose that that would be a more appropriate official to deal with the matter. The instructions that I have is that about half of the aircraft are actually still in their packing cases. They haven't been unpacked. That 2 of the submarines are unusable, and that the corvettes have got all kinds of, frigates have got all kinds of technical problems, which mean that they decorate the harbour at Simonstown more than do anything else. But if you have not been following
Mr. Hoffman, please, we don't have time. Can we get straight into the cross-examining of the former president? That type of information, you can discuss it at a later stage when your client testifies. There's no need for you to go on in detail trying to tell the president what your clients are going to testify about if he says that he doesn't have any personal knowledge of that. Let's just try and save time. Get on with your questions without making long statements, please.
Now, Mr. Commissioner, I will attempt to avoid long statements and stick to facts. I'm instructed that in March of 1997, the South African National Defence Force had received bids from 23 different suppliers for the provision of fighter trainer jets, and made a short list of 4. And neither the Hawks nor the Gripens made that short list. Do you remember that in the processes of your committee that you chaired and for which you were collectively responsible?
No, Chairperson, I don't.
I'm also instructed that on the 18th of June of 1997, the South African Cabinet approved the Defence Review and made a decision that South Africa needs to undertake extensive purchases to maintain the capacity of our Defence Force. Do you remember making that decision?
Yes, the decision was taken, Commission, by Cabinet to acquire the equipment as indicated in the Defence Review.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. Now we're getting there. July 1997 was the month in which you, as I suppose then it would still have been President Mandela in July 97. An appointment was made for the first time ever to have a South African Consul General in the city of Hamburg. Did you participate in any way in that decision?
Consuls General appointed by the Department of Foreign Affairs or the Department now of International Relations. They would have nothing to do with the presidency.
So you're saying it was a departmental decision, not a presidential decision?
Let me repeat. Consular officials are decided upon by then the Department of Foreign Affairs or the current Department of International Relations, and they've got nothing to do with the presidency.
Perhaps you would enlighten the Commission as to why it was necessary to appoint a gentleman by the name of Mo Sheikh to be the Consul General of South Africa in Hamburg for a period of only 3 months, given that the city of Hamburg is the hometown of Blom and Voss, which was one of the companies in the German frigate consortium.
Advocate Melani.
Chair, I think Mr. Mbeki has said twice that that was not a presidential appointment. It was a departmental appointment by Foreign Affairs, as it was then called. Now to start cross-examining the witness about why a particular person was appointed, it's taking us nowhere.
Advocate Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Otherwise, do you want the former state president to start speculating?
No, I
Because it clearly say that that was not his function.
I'm not asking him about the appointment. He's told us that that appointment wasn't made by him or anybody in the cabinet. It was made by Foreign Affairs, and I accept that answer. I'm not attacking it. What I'm asking him is, why was it necessary for his government, in which he was the deputy president, to put Mo Sheikh in Hamburg for 3 months, the home of Blumenforce? He either knows why or he doesn't know why. Or
He's going to speculate. He didn't make that decision. I'm not going to allow the question. Let's get to the next question.
I don't know why it would be speculation with respect, Mr. Commissioner, because if he knows why Mo Sheikh went to Hamburg, he will tell us why Mo Sheikh went to Hamburg. If his learned counsel and the Commission are not prepared to give him the opportunity of answering that question, then I'm afraid getting at the truth of why Mo Sheikh spent 3 months in Hamburg.
Just so, and even before you go on, Mr. President, do you know why Foreign Affairs did what they did?
No, Chairperson, I wouldn't. They would take decisions. I said all matters relating to consular matters were decided by the department. Who goes to which capital, what car do they drive, what shoes do they wear, that departmental matter has nothing to do with the presidency.
Thank you. Let's get to the next question now.
The following month, that's now August of 1997, I'm given to understand that the South African Parliament actually approved the defense review, which was the open sesame for the arms deal process to start moving. Does that accord with your recollection? You gave evidence to that effect earlier without giving dates. Is that the sort of date that would have happened?
Chairperson, I'm not sure about the months and so on, but the fact that the Parliament approved the defense review is correct.
I'm also instructed, Mr. Mbeki, that on the 2nd of October 1997, you made an announcement that South Africa would reopen tenders for the purchase of arms, and that the total cost that you were envisaging when you made that announcement was the princely sum of 12 billion rand. Do you recall making that announcement?
No, I don't.
Do you dispute that you made that announcement?
I can't dispute it. I said I don't know. Can't recall it.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. You're being very fair, and I think we will go faster if we go this way. I want to now take you to the work of Mr. Joe Modise, which was taking place in October of that same year. And the instruction that I have to put to you, because I'm trying to do my job properly, is that the South African Air Force Command Council met to decide on the force structure that would be used in the new South Africa, and they received strict instructions from Joe Modise, who at the time was the Minister of Defense, and with whom, as you have correctly conceded, you were collectively responsible, that there would be a 3-tier system in the tendering, and that as a result, the BAE Gripen and the Hawk could be resubmitted for evaluation, even though they had fallen off the table at an earlier stage in the proceedings. So by the end of that month, sorry, let's stop there. And I'll ask you the second half of the question about the end of the month later. This is a big decision. I mean, this idea to have the three-tier system, does this ring any bells with you, or is it something that you were allowing your committee to do with just overall supervision on your part?
No, the Minister of Defense and Department of Defense might have done exactly what he says, the Commissioner. Well, I don't know what they decided there. What I would know is what was brought to the Interministerial Committee.
That was the second part of my question.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman, I was just discussing with my fellow commissioner here. I noticed that you are reading a book. I'm not sure whose book it is. And keep on saying, this is my instruction. Who are you referring to when you say this is my instruction? Who would have instructed you?
My instruction comes from Terry Crawford Brown, who is sitting on my left. The book, as I've explained already to the witness and the commission, comes from Paul Holden, who is a South African historian who has written 2 books about the arms, the arms deals. The first one, from which I draw this information, is called The Arms Deal in Your Pocket. That's the book that I'm leading out of, and it has a chronology which was placed before the Constitutional Court. And which
just so, Mr. Hoffman, I understand that. I just wanted to understand when you say my instructions are, from whom are you getting those instructions?
I mean, getting my instructions from Terry Crawford Brown because he happens.
And not from Mr. Holden, because Advocate DeForest is acting for Mr. Holden. No. So the propositions that you are putting forward is what your client is also going to testify about.
That is so. That is so.
Thank you. Thank you.
I cannot put instructions from people who do not instruct me. That would be wrong.
No, it will be wrong, but then what worries me is that earlier on you said that you're acting on instructions from Mr. Holden, and it turned out that is not correct. That's why we feel that it's necessary for us to ask this question.
No, I was saying it was information compiled by Mr. Holden, and if I said instructions by mistake, then I apologize.
Okay, let's leave it at that, but then I suppose Advocate DeForest also understood you the same as I did. But we can go ahead and now. You are not acting on behalf of Mr. Holden, and the information that you are using to cross-examine, this is the evidence that is going to be given by Mr. Crawford Brown, for whom you are now acting.
Yes, and I stress for the record that this chronology, which I am using at the moment, was placed before the Constitutional Court and confirmed on oath by Mr. Crawford Brown when he made the application to court that led to this commission of inquiry being appointed.
Mr. Hoffman, that all we know, you have said that many times in the past. Can you continue with the cross-examination?
I'm very happy to do that. Thank you for the opportunity. So the second part of the question in relation to Joe Modisi's 3-tier system that let the Hawks and the Gripens back into the system is that by the end of October of 1997, there were 3 preferred suppliers for the supply of the Alpha jets that were chosen. And at first, the Gripen was the lowest rated of all of the choices due to its cost. I think we're at idem about that. You mentioned already that the Gripen was more expensive than the others in the race.
We're talking about the hawk, not the griffin.
Are you able to confirm that the Gripen was in fact the lowest rated? Did you look at the ratings at the time?
I don't remember the commission, any presentation made to the interministerial committee which said that.
Now, as at 1998, Joe Medici was the life president of the MK Veterans Association. Is that right?
He may very well have been a commissioner, I don't know.
And you won't know whether BAE made a donation to that organization?
No, that's not a matter I ever had to deal with.
But it is so that Mr. Modisi was a political ally of yours in the political activities that took place around that time.
Chairperson, I think I would like to request, with your permission, that the advocate explains that. I don't understand it. What's his political ally about what?
Let me put it the way that my note reads is, Joe Medici was the kingmaker of Thabo Mbeki, because Thabo Mbeki wanted to succeed Nelson Mandela, and there are various other political people who wanted to do likewise, and with his support, you became the second president of the liberated South Africa. That's the question I'm asking you, and I would appreciate an answer.
Advocate Meron, you wanted to say something to this?
That is so, Chairperson. I do not see how Mr. Terry Crawford Brown can give that evidence. And in any event, it is totally irrelevant to the issues that this commission has to decide. My learned colleague is obviously reading from some book written by some person, and he seems to be relying on the truth of that, and that is not even his client. I do not know how we can vouch for the accuracy of all these statements.
Mr. Hoffman?
I have already confirmed, in case Mr. Marani was distracted at the time, that what I am putting is put on the instructions of Mr. Crawford Brown. Mr. Crawford Brown has been involved in the politics of the arms deals since I think since before the arms deals since 1989 he's been involved in it, and he has taken a close interest in it, and he's written 2 books of his own, which I am being careful not to quote from, because he will give evidence about what he said in his own books. What I have done in relation to the Holden book is made careful cross-reference to see where Holden and Crawford Brown coincide and overlap. And that is why this is being done. And I don't know why we are being so coy about the fact, which everybody in this room knows, is that Joe Medici was the kingmaker of President Mbeki at the time.
Mr. Hoffman, I don't think that statement is correct. You say everybody knows. For instance, I'm one of those who doesn't know. And I'm sure there might be other people who doesn't know. Commissioner Musa also doesn't know that. And I think that question, in any event, is irrelevant. I'm not going to allow it. Let's get to the next point.
According to the information that I am instructed with, and this was accepted by the High Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the Constitutional Court in the matter of the State versus Shabir Sheikh, which we're going to have to discuss in some detail at some stage. What happened on the 17th of March of 1998 is that Shabir Sheikh wrote a letter to the head of Thompson CSF, which was one of these arms deal bidders, a man called Perrier, telling him that Mr. Jacob Zuma, who was then, I think, a MEC for Economic Affairs, wants to discuss Thompson's uncertainty about including Incorbi Holdings as a partner in Thompson CSF, in Thompson ADS bid for the delivery of the corvettes that South Africa was looking at, and that letter was copied to you, Mr. Mbeki. So while Mr. Marani is formulating his objection, let's hear whether you got a copy of that letter that Sheikh has been found beyond a reasonable doubt to have written and to have copied to you.
I'm sorry, before Advocate Marana comes in, you say what is the date of that letter?
The date of the letter, according to my instructions, is the 17th of March 1998, and the reference, according to my instructions, to Incorbi is a reference to a company that was initially formed by Shabir Sheikh and named after a deceased prominent ANC politician. And if I'm wrong with any of that, I'm happy to be corrected either by interventions or by the witness who I'm trying to interrogate in this inquiry.
Mr. Marani.
Chairperson, firstly, my learned friend is not allowed to interrogate any witness. Secondly, this issue of what transpired during the Shabir Sheikh case relating to any correspondence between Mr. Sheikh and Mr. Perrier or involving Mr. Zuma. Chairperson, those issues are certainly not relevant to this stage of the inquiry, certainly not relevant to the evidence that is given by former President Mbeki.
Maybe let's ask former President Mbeki if he knows anything about that letter. Do you know anything about that letter?
No, Chairperson, I don't. I'm not disputing at all that what the advocate has just said. But I would imagine if there were ever any letter that was copied to the Deputy President of the Republic, it would be in the custody of the government.
And thank you for the intervention, Mr. Commissioner. It's helpful. I'm going to take you now all the way to April of 1998, and that is the month in which our South African National Defence Force committed itself to purchasing 24 lead-in fighter trainers, and when it made that commitment, 20 proposals from international companies were received, which were then whittled down to 4, the BAE Hawk, the Aeromachi MB339FD, and the Aeromachi MB339FD was in fact the South African Air Force's favored choice. Are you able to dispute any of that revelation of the prehistory of what we are here for today?
As I understand this matter, Chairperson, the Deputy Minister of Defense and people from Defense have presented evidence about this matter, and I have got nothing to add to what they said.
Fair enough, Mr. Mbeki. I'm not trying to put you in a box. I'm trying to use your wisdom and your experience.
Just hold, Mr. Hoffman. Advocate Sibeko.
Chair, just one matter that might bring some order to the process. It is apparent from the questions that Mr. Hoffman has been putting to the former president that there are some documents on which he relies for the questions that he has put. It would bode well for the proceedings if Mr. Hoffman would prepare a bundle of the documents that he intends to rely on for purposes of cross-examining the witness. But to the extent that the documents he seeks to rely on during the course of cross-examination are documents that have been produced before this commission, it would assist the witness somewhat if the documents are referred to as they have been presented to the commission to, at the very least, assist the witness in perhaps recalling some of the issues that Mr. Hoffman seeks to raise with the witness. I think it's only fair to the witness if that could be done.
Mr. Hoffman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very happy to accept my learned friend's kind offer to produce documents that he would like to put in front of the witness if they are referred to during the course of the cross-examination. I'm in the middle of a cross-examination, which I don't want to waste the Commission's time with. I'm moving as fast as I can, and I'm not going to refer to documentation unnecessarily. I'm referring to a narrative now. I'm seeking to assist the Commission to get the story out in chronological order. That's what we're doing.
Thank you. Advocate Madeline, I think Mr. Hoffman, unless if I'm incorrect, he seems to be going through a book. Maybe if we're told that is correct, it might assist if it's told, it tells us which book is it going through so that the witness can also be given that book, and all of us, we can then be in a position to be on the same page. Unless if I'm incorrect, Mr. Hoffman, you are going through a book. You've got a book in front of you.
Mr. Commissioner, in the course of the week, I indicated to Mr. Madumbi, who is in charge of these things, that we would be using the volumes that are called, I think there are 8 of them, Terry Crawford Brown volumes. And this document is copied in that book. And I've told my learned friend who's been leading the witness this morning that if they wish to place, to use for their own purposes that document just for reference, or if they wish to go out and buy a copy.
Yeah, it is a book. Thank you. Advocate Moran.
Chairperson, we shall accept that my learned colleague Hoffman is going through a narrative. We certainly wouldn't like to waste any time standing down for documents to be presented. We're quite comfortable with the witness referring to somebody's opinion and calling that a narrative.
Okay, thank you, Advocate Hoffman. Apparently, the legal representative, they are happy that you continue in the way in which you...
I'm indebted to Mr. Marani for his generosity, and I will seek to avoid going into minutiae that may require documentation. There's more than enough documentation in this matter already. 30th of April in the year 1998 is the day on which Mr. Modise instructed the team evaluating the purchase of the LIFT aircraft to adopt what he called the visionary approach to selecting the plans, so that there would be 2 separate evaluations and one would exclude cost as a criterion. You referred to this in your evidence in chief. Does this fit into the chronology?
No, I didn't refer to any such thing in my evidence in chief.
Does it fit into the chronology of your recollection that Mr. Modise said, leave cost out of account in evaluating bids?
At no point did the interministerial committee leave any cost out. Thanks.
Are you then, is your evidence then that this well-documented, included in the JIT, evidence that Mr. Modise said, let's adopt a visionary approach and leave cost out of consideration, never happened? Is that your evidence?
Chairperson, I'm not talking about Mr. Modise, I'm talking about the interministerial committee. I didn't sit in at meetings where then Minister Modise was chairing or whatever. I'm talking about matters that were discussed at the interministerial committee. And what I'm saying is that at no point about anything did the interministerial committee take any decision without reference to cost. Without reference to cost.
See, this is the first time that we are not really agreeing with each other, because it is well documented, and we will help you with the documentation after lunch so that we don't waste time now, that Mr. Modise's idea of getting the BAE...
Mr. Hoffman, can we get to the next point? The witness clearly says that those meetings where Mr. Modise was chairing, he was not present. He does not know what went on there. He was sitting as a chairperson of the interministerial committee. He can talk about what happened at that committee. This is what I think the witness to be saying. So whether you give him other documents or not, I'm not quite sure how that is going to help.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Let's do it this way. Do you agree with me, Mr. Mbeki, that it would be wrong to leave cost out of account in weighing a bid of this nature?
Chairperson, I don't understand that. What I've said is, the only reason, I said before, that there's no point at which the interministerial committee considered anything without addressing the matter of cost. Naturally, because you've got to pay for it. So it was no possibility to sit and discuss and take decisions without having to answer the question, well, then how much are you going to pay for this? I think it's a straightforward issue. I can't remember, I don't know, unless I'm being a bit stupid. I don't know, perhaps you could explain a bit better.
Mr. Mbeki, I'm sure you're not really stupid, but we're on a sensitive issue here. The blood pressure of Mr. Irwin behind you has gone up several levels, and I want you to apply your mind to what I'm putting to you now carefully.
Just hold on.
That is uncalled for.
I'm concerned for his health.
Mr. Hoffman, can we please only concentrate on what we are supposed to be doing? Mr. Owen is not one of the witnesses that we called today.
Yes. Mr. Mbeki, it goes like this, and I have to put it to you as being part of the case of the people who complained about the arms deal, that Joe Modise decided, because he wanted the Hawks and the Gripen so badly, that cost had to be just forgotten about when this procurement took place. Now, either that happened or...
At what level are you referring to, Mr. Hoffman? I also don't understand the question. Mr. Modise was involved at the departmental level as a Minister of Defense, and he was chairing various committees. He was also a member of Cabinet, a member of the Interministerial Committee. The former state president says that he was sitting as a chairperson of the Interministerial Committee. Now, when you say Mr. Modise made that statement, at what level did he make the statement? So that we can also understand the question properly.
My instructions are that it was made in the context of giving an instruction to the team that was evaluating the purchase of aircraft.
So those instructions is what he gave them out at a departmental level.
That's how I understand the position, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Former President, do you know whether Mr. Muliza gave those instructions to his department or not?
No, Chairperson, I don't. Indeed, as you've indicated, I've said this already, that we didn't sit in at meetings of departmental meetings. Minister Modisa might very well have said all the things that you say he said within the department, but we sat as an interministerial committee, and this matter did not come to the ministerial committee of something which is not costed.
Because, Mr. Mbeki, you appreciate that it would be illegal and unconstitutional and invalid to leave cost out of consideration, don't you? You understand that that's wrong.
Yes, yes. I honestly don't understand, Chairperson, what we are doing. I keep explaining that at no point did we as interministerial committee consider anything without taking cost into account. Exactly because we're conscious of our responsibilities with regard to that particular matter, with regard to cost. Now, I'm being asked a question about legality and illegality and so on. Sure, of course it will be illegal, but I'm saying that the very action we took exactly means that we had to discharge certain responsibilities, and as cabinet committee we then did what we had to do.
As you have very correctly in your summary conceded, the cabinet in South Africa is collectively responsible for what cabinet ministers do, and if a cabinet minister invents a visionary approach that leaves costs out of account, then he is doing something that is deeply, darkly unconstitutional and invalid. And let me, in the interest of giving you the opportunity to answer the question in an informed way, let me just refer you to the bits of the Constitution that count. And
Mr. Hoffman, get on with the questions. We all know what the Constitution is saying. The former president, he knows what the Constitution is saying. Put your question to him.
My question is, how can it ever be cost effective as required by Section 217 of the Constitution if you have a system in place put there by Joe Medici that says leave cost out of account when you're buying these aeroplanes?
Thank you. You don't have to answer that. Let's get to the next question. He said to you that he doesn't know what Mr. Minister did at the departmental level. If this is the evidence that they are going to give, then you can argue the question of constitutionality at a later stage. We haven't reached that stage as yet. Can we get to the next question?
I would prefer not to, Mr. Commissioner, because the witness was prepared to answer and you stopped him from answering. And I believe that his answer is critical to whether we are participating in a farce or whether we are trying to get to the truth.
Mr. Hoffman, can you just be careful with your language? Can you be careful with your language? You say that the former, Mr. Myron?
Chair, we would like our learned colleague to withdraw that statement, participating in a farce. That is contemptuous of this commission.
Yes, Hoffman?
I'm not prepared to retract that statement until such time as I have 13 answers from you, Mr. Commissioner, in relation
Mr. Hoffman,
to your...
if you don't stop talking about that, we are busy in a commission now. The witness is before us. If you thought that it was a farce, what do you want here now? Because we are talking about you cross-examining a particular witness, you go back to what happened sometime last month, and even at the beginning when we started,
This is what you also did. You then referred to an incident where you came to the office in the evening, wanted to see me alone, and I refused. Now I see you are doing exactly the same thing. At the moment, we're talking about whether the question that you put to this particular witness, whether it's a fair question or whether it's a question that will assist us or not. Can we try and restrict yourself to dealing with the questions of the witnesses before us?
Mr. Commissioner, with the greatest of respect, I have to insist that that question is a question it goes to the heart of what has happened here. If we have bought aeroplanes...
Just hold on. Can I perhaps suggest that if you want to, can you rephrase the question?
Yes, I'll rephrase the question.
Just try and do that. Let's see if each other witness will be in a position to.
I'm trying to take... I know that Mr. Commissioner, that you're impatient in relation to reiterating what the law is. But the point is that our law requires that a system of procurement using public money insists that cost effectiveness is a criterion, and that if cost effectiveness is just wiped off the table, that the contract that flows from that is invalid. It falls to be struck down by a court of law because it is not consistent with the Constitution. And the witness has been fair so far. I'm trying to see whether South Africa can be 70 billion rand better off because you, Mr. Commissioner, come to the conclusion that there was a contract here that did not comply with procurement requirements. And if there is a contract here that does not comply with procurement requirements because a minister said, forget about the cost, we're going to do the BAE Hawk Saab deal, whatever the cost, because we are adopting a visionary approach, then something not criminal, not bribery, not malfeasance, but a simple mistake in a new government in relation to what is meant to be done when you spend public money in a big way. And this was the biggest procurement ever in South Africa.
Mr. Hoffman, can you rephrase your question?
My question to Mr. Mbeki is a very simple one. Do you agree with me that it would be unconstitutional to leave cost out of account when you are required to by law, by the Constitution, to take cost effectiveness into account in your system of procurement? That's my question.
Chairperson, the Interministerial Committee, which made recommendations to Cabinet, that this is what we should do. Cabinet accepted those. Both those committees, both of those committees at no stage considered these matters without taking into account cost. And I'm sure the Cabinet then, as I'm sure all of us here now are, we are very familiar with what the Constitution says about these matters. Thanks.
Mr. Mbeki, I have to tell you that when you were being led by my learned friend for the Commission, you talked about the excessive cost of the Hawks, and you suggested that the Hawks were a better bet anyway because they fitted in better with the SAAF requirements, which is exactly the opposite of what I've put to you here, where they said they would prefer to have the Aeromacchi because it works better in South Africa. And now we sit with these aeroplanes in boxes, nobody to fly them, no fuel to put them in the air, doing less than 100 hours a year. Mr. Mbeki, I beg you, think about it. What have we done? What has your cabinet done?
Mr. Hoffman, I'm not going to allow you to go on in that particular way. If you want to put a question to the witness, make a proposition to the witness and let the witness answer. You can't make a very long statement. At the end of the day, I'll also end up not understanding what the question is. And I'm sure even the witness ends up not understanding what the question is.
I apologize. I'm due for my next pill, quite clearly. But no.
Just hold on.
You know, Mr. Hoffman, I think it will help a great deal if you were to look at the record of the evidence led so far. It will help a great deal if you were to look at the record of the evidence led so far, especially around those matters you are talking about. It will help a great deal.
I'm afraid that the evidence that has been led thus far is part of a cover-up, and I don't believe it. That's the problem about looking at that evidence.
Is that those witnesses were not challenged. Their testimony was never challenged.
That is because I've come here today to not deal with minions, but to ask the man who was in charge what's going. We've got limited capacity, we've got no funding, and we're here to ask the man in charge to answer for the collective responsibility which Mr. Commissioner, you know about because you know Section 92 of the Commission. We are not a big fat organization that can afford to send large teams of people such as those sitting on my left here day after day. It's impossible. What we have to do is use what we've got as best we can. And what concerns me is that Mr. Mbeki looks stricken at the moment. I'm not happy about what's happening here because 35 billion rand on aircraft that we've never used except for a
Mr. Hoffman, just hold. You have repeated that statement so many times this morning. Let me, Commissioner Moose wanted to say something before you finish.
You see, I'm raising this because a lot of your questions don't seem to have any relevance to what has been led before this commission. A lot of evidence has been laid around those issues you are talking about. And if you had cared to read the record, you'll be in a better position to ask even better questions relating to the very same matters you are raising now.
I think we're going to take the lunch adjournment. Probably when we come back after lunch, we might be in a position to do slightly better than we're doing up to now. Former President?
Chairperson, no, I'm not disagreeing with what you say. But I must say, Chairperson, I'm really quite angry at Mr. Hoffman. Talking about my colleagues here as minions. These are not minions. They might be minions in his eyes, but I don't know if this entitles him to making statements like this. Privately, maybe he might want to say so. But I think it's very, very offensive. Chairperson, thanks.
Mr. Hoffman, do you want to say anything to what has been said?
When I was, in fairness to Mr. Mbeki, when I was referring to minions, I was referring to the staff of the National Defence Force that has taken up a great deal of time here. I was not referring to his cabinet colleagues, and if he thought I was referring to his cabinet colleagues, I apologize and withdraw. It was very ambiguous to put it that way, and clearly duly elected cabinet ministers are people of stature and people who deserve the respect of the public, but they are also people who are constrained by the requirements of the Constitution and cannot do as they please.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Now, I didn't thought that you were going to make a long statement like that. I think maybe you should just leave it at that. Let's adjourn and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. May we just confirm that is still in the oath? Just hold on, Advocate Mellon. Let her first finish. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, when we adjourned, a learned colleague, Hoffman, apologized for apparently referring to the cabinet ministers as minions, and he told the commission that he was actually not referring to the cabinet ministers, but he was referring to staff. I think Mr. Hoffman has to apologize to staff. We have had directors generals here, we've had generals of the army and other people giving evidence, and I think it's still impolite and improper to refer to them as minions. We don't need such language before this commission.
Mr. Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm pleased to say that Mr. Mbeki accepted the apology in relation to the Cabinet and drew it to my attention that it is not appropriate to refer to the senior personnel who have graced this commission with their presence as witnesses, and I have no hesitation in withdrawing the reference to them as minions. I apologize to each and every one of them, jointly and severally, singularly and collectively. It was unnecessary to do. It was done in the heat of the moment, and it was done in the sense that I was seeking to draw a distinction between those who have political responsibility for what has formed the subject matter of this Commission of Inquiry, and those who are civil servants doing their duty for the public of South Africa. So I've taken my medication. I'll be better behaved after lunch.
Thank you. Advocate Moran, I'm sure the issues now has been sorted out.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we now continue the close examination, Mr. Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I want to return, unfortunately, to the question of the let's leave cost out of account, because it is dealt with in the JIT report with which Mr. Mbeki is familiar, and in particular I would refer him to what is said in paragraph 3.3 of a special SAAF Command Council meeting, in which they say in terms, and this is to be found in the JIT report, which is already before the Commission as I understand it, that paragraph 4.5.1.12, they quote from the minutes, and the minutes say, a separate recommendation is required where cost is not taken into account as per the request from the Minister of Defence, which is obviously a reference to Joe Modise. So it's very clear from these official documents that what I've been putting to the witness is in fact the truth. And then if you go further in paragraph 4.5.1.12 of the official JIT report, which is, as we all know, the document that was prepared to put all of the controversy around the arms deals to bed before I had any grey hair, and while Mr. Mbeki was still a deputy president. In that paragraph, they say that the there is a request. I'm talking at the second last line of the paragraph just before 4.5.1.13. There was a request by the AAC, which is the Arms Acquisition Committee, to consider a non-costed option. This led to paragraph 3.3 of the minutes as quoted above. That's the 3.3 that I've just read. So the bottom line of all of this research is that what I put to you is correct, that your cabinet colleague got the idea of a non-costed option, and in so doing, he tore up the part of our supreme law that requires that cost effectiveness be taken into account in the acquisition and procurement of goods and services in South Africa. And by so doing, he entered into a contract which has cost the people of South Africa 35 billion rand in aeroplanes that we use for World Cup soccer and fly pasts, and very little else. And my question to you, Mr. Mbeki, is how could you let that happen as the man on whose desk the sign, "The buck stops here," rests?
Chairperson, I think that question should be disallowed for a number of reasons. Firstly, this matter has been canvassed extensively. Secondly, the question itself is confused. It conflates a number of things. We are not dealing here with what the AAC, that's the Arms Acquisition Committee, did. We are dealing here with what the IMC did and what the Cabinet did. This question has absolutely no bearing to what the IMC did and what the Cabinet did. And to make this horrific jump from what Mr. Joe Modise said, or might have not said, at an Arms Acquisition Committee meeting to what Cabinet decided. It's a non sequitur, it doesn't follow, and we're just wasting time.
Mr. Hoffman, my other difficulty is that, I've gone through quite a lot of those documents from DOD and from AMSCO. I haven't seen any Armaments Acquisition Council. I'm not a committee, Armaments Acquisition Committee is referred to it. I haven't seen it.
Well, it's in the acronym AAC is in the JIT report, and I am very kindly informed by the attorney acting for the Department of Defense that is just another acronym for the committee on which the witness served. And as far as the objection is concerned...
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. I'm aware of the Armaments Acquisition Council. This is what I've read from the documents I received. I haven't seen anything called the Armaments Acquisition Committee.
So maybe it's council, not committee. I'm sorry if I got the nomenclature wrong.
Okay.
They're calling it AAC. Yeah.
So can you respond to what Advocate Marana said?
Yes. With all due respect to Mr. Marani, who enjoys a good relationship with me, we worked together in the Constitutional Court on the antecedent litigation that ended in a decision that gave birth to this commission. He is mistaken in making the objection, and I suspect that all he's doing is giving the witness a bit more time to consider the question that has been put. And the reason why I say that is because he has overlooked the very fundamental provisions of Section 2 of the Constitution, which I don't need to remind the Commission, says that any conduct that is inconsistent with the Constitution is invalid. So it doesn't really matter if the discussion is with the lowest of the low level Defense Department people. The decision that is made is not made by them. The decision that is made by the cabinet. It is made politically. The civil service cannot possibly make a decision to spend 35 billion rand of taxpayers' money.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. We have heard that story before. Is the former president in a position to answer the question?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
And to say, Chairperson, I've answered this question. I have said the Interministerial Committee and the Cabinet didn't consider, at no point did they consider any option without cost. What might have happened at some departmental meeting or whatever else, I don't know. But I'm saying the effective decisions, the effective recommendation came from the IMC. And the only decision came from the cabinet. Whatever might have happened at other stages in this process, I don't know, but the decisions, the recommendations of the Interministerial Committee all of them included the element of cost, as did what was even more important than any opinion of the Interministerial Committee. What was important was the decisions of the cabinet. And precisely because it was serious about the matter of cost, the cabinet even instructed that we must work on this matter of affordability. So I'm saying, Chairperson, that's the Chairperson, if you will allow me just one more minute. You know, the advocate Hoffman is really quite insistent on making very offensive remarks. For instance, he says that Advocate Moraneti, he thought that Advocate Moraneti intervened the way he did in order to give me to think about the kind of answer that I would make, to give me time to cook up some story. That's what he's saying. There are other things, his statements he's made, like kingmakers like Joe Mudise. I know, I'm told, a chairperson, that the proceedings here are being televised alive. I do hope that we're not making all the statements and all sorts of allegations about the usage of equipment because of that. I'm hoping. I'm not saying it's not, that's why. But I think that we need to show a little bit of respect for one another. Thanks.
Thank you. Advocate Merani, you know, I am a bit worried about the statements that Mr. Hoffman made, saying that this is what the minutes of the AAC indicates. My recollection seems to be slightly different because we do have copies of those minutes. I'm not sure if maybe Advocate Kim can be of some assistance, because I recall that you went into details with witnesses when you dealt with those minutes.
Thank you, learned Commissioner. I have actually made a copy of the minute available to my learned friends who are acting for the former president, as it was part of the bundle when Mr. Steyn gave his evidence. And what is significant about the wording to which the JIT is referring is they refer to the two options, but the second, in relation to which cost was not to be the deciding factor, was what they also required, not necessarily that it was not to be taken into account. And my submission is that is a fundamental difference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. This is how I recall it. The minute says that cost should not be a deciding factor. There was nowhere where it was said that cost should not be taken into account.
That is in accordance with the wording of the minute.
Thank you. I was a bit worried about that statement because I was hearing for the first time that at any of those meetings, it was said that costs should not be taken into account. As Advocate Kane said, it was said that cost should not be a determining factor. Are you...
I'm unfortunate. Sorry to interrupt. I hope I wasn't interrupting you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed? What I was doing when we got back onto this was reading direct quotes from minutes that neither me nor my client have had anything to do with. And the direct quote, and this is obviously public servants covering themselves against getting into trouble for breaching the Constitution. The direct quote, and I read it again slowly, is paragraph 3.3.
Just hold on. A direct quote from what?
Direct quote from the SAF Command Council meeting held on the 29th of June 1998. Now that is referred to nicely and easily to find on 4.5.1.12.
Yeah, just hold on, Hoffman. We want to get to the actual minutes.
Yeah, the minute itself is quoted in quotes in the JIT report. Paragraph 3.3.
No, I mean the date of the minutes. Is the minutes of which meeting?
Yes, of the 28th of, as I'm reading this, of the 29th of June 1998, which is the part that we've reached in the narrative. And it says there...
Just hold on. Just hold on.
Right.
You say, is the minutes of a meeting of the 9th of June?
29th of June 1998, 29 June 1998.
Of which body? Of the AAC?
A special SAAF Command Council. So these are the people who are in charge of the SAAF, not as politicians, but as public administrators, public servants. And what they say...
Just hold on. Ken, do we have copies of this minutes?
It's in the JIT report.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. We want the original minutes. This is what I'm asking about.
Thank you, Commissioner. To my knowledge, the record does not have the minute of 29 June 1998 from the Special AAF Command Council. The words which are strikingly similar to the ones that are purportedly being quoted are words that appear in a minute of the Special AASB minute of 8 July 1998. And there the wording, if I may read it for the record, is the decision by the AAC during 30 April 98 briefing on the short list of offers required the project team to consider a solution taking cost into account and a solution where cost was not taken as a deciding factor.
Thank you.
The preceding minute, which led to the passing of that minute, which we suggest is unconstitutional, is a minute in which the public servants themselves say, a separate recommendation is required where cost is not taken into account as per the request from the Minister of Defence. That's the way they approach. They're saying, if you politicians want to tear up the Constitution, do it on your own risk. Don't ask us as the people who have to process the decision-making to do it. And then my learned friend quotes from a later meeting in which this is all neatly finessed. And the bottom line is that the hawks are bought instead of the air.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. Let's first deal with the question of minutes. Apparently, you say that, the special ASB meetings minutes that we have of the 8th of July 1998, they are not correct. No. Or are you saying that the minutes that we are referring to...
I'm not
just hold on. the minutes that you're referring to is the minutes of the special AAF meeting, which minutes we don't seem to be having.
What I'm doing is quoting from the JIT report, which itself quotes minutes. And the minutes that I refer to are in June, the 29th of June. And in those minutes, they are saying, in effect, you politicians want to do this on a non-costed or visionary approach, then you do it at your own risk. Pierre Steyn resigned because he wasn't prepared to do all this. So, you know, it's not as though I'm breaking into new ground or revealing something that nobody's ever heard of before. In the ranks of the complainant people that you still
just in order to make progress, has the question been answered, or do you still want to put the question again?
No, I haven't got an answer as to why cost effectiveness, which is a constitutional requirement on pain of which the deal is invalidated, has been ignored in the acquisition of the Hawks and Gripen jets. That's my question, and I haven't got an answer because the poor witness hasn't been given a chance to answer it.
Yeah, I see you've got Mr. Mbegi's interest at heart. You want him to be given an opportunity of answering. Former President, you have a question. Are you in a position to respond?
Chairperson, he will have to help me. He says that there was something that was ignored. Ignored by whom? Because I've been insisting that the Interministerial Committee and Cabinet did not ignore anything.
Sorry, I'm not suggesting that anything has been ignored. What I'm suggesting, and in fact what happened, is that the Hawks and Gripens were bought when the Defence Force said these are not appropriate, too expensive, not really what we want. But they were bought for a political reason or a reason that was decided in Cabinet, and I'm not going to point any fingers at you or anybody else about that in these proceedings at this stage, because what we are looking at in this stage of the proceedings is the constitutionality, the regularity, the question of misfeasance in the deal. And what I'm saying is that what happened in this deal is that we ended up with Hawks and Gripens that cost a lot more money and that weren't even wanted by the line Air Force people. That is what the JIT report shows, it's what the minutes show, and it's why Pierre Steyn said, I want no part of this, I'm out of here, I'm resigning. And it's because the Constitution
Just hold on, Mr. You've made such long statements. I'm not even sure which one the witness is going to answer because you've made so many allegations in the process. Can you try and break them down to small pieces so that the witness can understand the question?
Only with pleasure, Mr. Commissioner, because this is important. It's in fact critical to your work. And my concern is that what has happened because of the visionary approach of Joe de Medici, which is, it's not a new thing, it's all over the papers everywhere. It's not something that we dreamt up this morning. Because of this visionary approach that did not take cost into account.
Mr. Hoffman, I understand it. Can you just break down the question so that the witness can understand?
The question for the witness, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The question for the witness is, how could the South African Cabinet, committed to the constitutional order in which politicians are constrained by the rule of law and the supremacy of the Constitution, not go for the cost-effective option and instead buy more expensive aeroplanes? And the second question is, why? Let's stop with that one.
Yeah, just stop there.
Mr. Chairman, I object to this question because it's misleading. See, my learned colleague says that the Air Force itself did not want these. They were foisted upon by the politicians. That is a factually incorrect statement. If one has regard to the evidence...
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. I gave you a chance to make a statement. Let Advocate Morana finish, then I'll come back to you.
Mr. Chairman, if one has regard, for instance, to the evidence of Brigadier General Bain, he says a lot of things, but his conclusion at paragraph 57 of his submission is as follows. The SAAF today has an excellent, well-balanced and well-equipped fighter system capability within the ideal three-tier system, wherein the gap is higher between the first and second tier and relatively small between the second and third tier. The Hawk has also proven to have a cost-effective collateral operational capability, especially when packaged with the Gripen. The training success rate has been very high for aircrew from various backgrounds and both genders. The Gripen has exceeded the SAAF's and SANDF's expectations, especially in the domain of modern fourth-generation integrated systems, deployability, logistics support, and reach. The Hawk and Gripen aircraft have also solved many of the past problems experienced with hot and high operations, mainly thrust, cooling, and communications. Clearly, the Hawk and Gripen systems have been well utilized since delivery in line with the current security environment. Should the security environment change to one of conflict, then the utilization of the systems will change as and when required to defend and protect the Republic in the line with the constitutional mandate. That is General Bain from the Air Force, and he gave evidence before this commission. So anything to the contrary of what he said is misleading.
On the contrary, what the General says now, ex post facto, is entirely irrelevant to what this commission has to determine. This commission has to determine what was happening at the time. And at the time, what was happening was that the South African Air Force was saying, give us the cheaper Aeromacchi option because it suits our conditions better. Please don't burden us with these expensive and unnecessary Hawks and Gripens. And that is well documented in the documentation in the JIT report and elsewhere. And it is a valid basis for me to put it to the witness that that isn't what the Defence Force wanted at the time, and that these ex post facto statements that are made now in order to cover up the wrongdoing, the misfeasance that went into spending more money than we should have.
Just hold on. Are you saying that the Army, our SANDF, they came here in order to cover up the evidence that they gave? It was to cover up for misconduct of others.
The kind of evidence that has just been quoted by Mr. Marani is a sugar-coated effort that doesn't even begin to address the facts about the Hawks. It doesn't mention that half of the Hawks are still stuck in their boxes and never been
Just hold
opened.
on. Advocate, you are acting for DOD.
I'm not acting for DOD. Sorry, are you speaking to my colleague?
Unless we have changed it, now your Advocate Kane too, then I'll be talking to you. Advocate Kane, this statement has been made. Your clients all came here, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, they were not telling us the truth. Will that be a correct assessment? Or will that statement be correct to be made by Mr. Paul Hoffman sitting next to you now?
Learned Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity. I was hoping to be given one at this point. There are a number of levels that I need to deal with this on. The first is the factual propositions being put to the present witness, the former president. And there I must concur with my learned friend, Advocate Morani, that the evidence is not in accordance with the propositions being put. The evidence was overwhelmingly that the various items of equipment were assessed, and that those that satisfied the technical requirements of the Air Force were put forward for further decision making, but that the Air Force itself did not express a preference within that choice of 4 aircraft that remain for selection.
I'm sorry, there is a cell phone ringing this time. Thank you.
With the result that my recollection of General Bain's evidence was that the Hawk had not won the selection criteria because of cost, but it was nevertheless an outstanding piece of equipment that met all the technical requirements, and if the politicians saw fit, the Air Force was delighted. And so that was the thrust of his evidence. If a different proposition wishes to be put by my learned friend, it should be put on a different basis then, not that it emanates from the evidence of a person like General Bain, whose evidence was quite the contrary, but that perhaps he has another basis for putting a different proposition. The second level of objectionability to what is now taking place is that these witnesses have come and given their evidence, and they were not challenged. And so it has not been put to them that they are selectively giving sugar-coated evidence that does not accord with the true facts in accordance with their knowledge. And in fairness, that really should have been something that's been done. So what is now being put doesn't bear any relationship to what the people, the actual experts with personal knowledge, have said. We do not know where the contrary submissions are coming from, because certainly Mr. Hoffman's client is no expert in relation to these matters. He doesn't put up any sort of qualification to second guess the evidence before you. To the extent that it's been drawn from other documents that are not now being made available or are being quoted from, such as the JIT report, then you know where the source is, but then it must just be put on the basis that it's a quotation from the JIT report, not that it emanates from the personal knowledge of a person who actually knows the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Can I try and short-circuit this, because it's probably a matter for argument, and it's probably a matter for the commissioners to ponder the relevant parts of the JIT, which was a genuine effort by lots of serious senior civil servants to get to the bottom of the arms deal.
Maybe let me put it this way. I agree with you. It's a matter for argument.
Good.
Let's argue it at the end.
Let me just put one factual, because I've been accused of putting things that shouldn't be put. Let me just put one factual aspect to you, which is 2 lines, so that I can defend myself against the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. That is to take you to paragraph 4.1.15 of, you call it JIT, do you? The JIT, the report. Paragraph 1.4.15 reads as follows. It's a very short paragraph. In July 1997, the President was advised by the Department of Defense and the South African National Defense Force of the reasons why the British proposal, and that's a reference to the Hawks and Gripens, was not acceptable. So that, I suggest, on the basis of what was happening at the time, is a fair reason to ask the witness, who has had a very long rest, what was going on when this decision was made.
just for my own understanding, which British proposal are you referring to?
That is what was on the table in relation to the Saab BAE consortium that was offering Hawks and Gripens in competition with the Aeromacchi Italian aeroplanes and the French and the Germans. So there were 4 offers at one stage. Eventually it boiled down to a choice between the Hawks and the Aeromacchi, and what happened was we spent a lot more money on the Hawks than we would have if we had gone for the Aeromacchi. That is what the Commission will find as a matter of night following day. We're not making this up. We don't have sufficient imagination to make it up. That's what it's about, Mr. Commissioner. And I don't know whether having a huge debate. It's a very important point, obviously, but it's having a huge debate between council about it now is not on.
I understand. Advocate Kane, as I understand the situation, for the Hawk and the shortlist came as a result of an evaluation by experts, and I think that technical team consisted of about 12, 13, 14 experts. And their findings was that all those aircraft that they recommended for RFO stage, they meet at least the minimum technical requirements of the Air Force. From there, the same team evaluated the RFO stage. They made a recommendation, and from there the other teams came in, the financing team, the IP team, and ultimately, that's how the preferred bidder was ultimately chosen. Will I be correct to say that is the position? And if that is so, then the proposition by Mr. Hoffman doesn't seem to be a fair proposition.
Commissioner, that is certainly correct. Where the perhaps misunderstanding arises is that it was the current Secretary of Defense at the time, Mr. Steyn, who strongly preferred the Aeromacchi above the Hawk, and argued strenuously for the choice of the Aeromacchi in the various committees in which he participated. And that was fully canvassed with him. But from the Air Force's perspective, they had not taken a line of indicating preference. In fact, they abstained from it.
Thank you. In fact, I think one of the generals said that, as far as the Air Force was concerned, any one of the two will be acceptable because at least they meet the minimum technical requirements of the Air Force.
Yes, that was the evidence, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Commissioner, I want to close on this point because we're not making progress and we need to make progress. I can take it no further than saying, please look closely at Chapter 4 of the JIT report, because you will find stuff there that will raise question marks, if not hackles, or the warning signals above your heads when you read them. So
then what you can also do during argument, you can still raise that question.
Correct. Absolutely.
Good.
And there will be evidence from the authors and objectors that will enlighten the Commission as well. So let's move on from the visionary approach, having made peace about minions and trying to be the civilized gentlemen that we are most of the time in the interchange with the witness. I want to take you now to the question of the way in which Thompson CSF became involved in the frigate part of the contract. Sorry, I beg your pardon. And what I'm looking at here is that according to the official record, Thompson CFS purchased shares in Alltech Defence Systems on the 14th of April in 1998, and they renamed it African Defence Systems, or ADS, and that won the tender to supply the information management systems to be used in the Corvette combat suites. Are you au fait with any of what went on in that regard? Or is this stuff that was done by other people?
No, Chairperson, the matter about Thompson and its involvement in terms of the Corvettes is not a matter that was part of on the agenda of the Ministerial Committee, because this was a subcontract. We were dealing with the principal contractors. And the principal contractor was a German frigate consortium, which then took its own decisions about to whom it subcontracts, whatever. So that's a matter that would have been dealt with in that way.
Sorry, I want to take you on to June of 1998, when the Department of Trade and Industry, which was then led by Minister Irwin, I believe, received a report that the BAE offset proposals were radically inflated during this evaluation process that was going on. And really, going back to the JIT, Mr. Commissioner, the JIT notes that their offset
sorry. So your only source is JIT. You haven't gone into the documents themselves.
No, we've gone.
I'm just asking out of interest.
I'm a new boy in this.
Oh, okay.
My client has been at it since 1998.
Yeah.
He's written 2 books. 5 other books have been written by other people. There's litigation in the Constitutional Court. There's the case that he had in the Cape High Court. And I've read all of that paper and am, for my sins, responsible for putting together the Constitutional Court application that has you sitting here instead of playing golf this afternoon. So I apologize for that. But the point is that there is a wealth of information from well-informed people, including a former ANC
let's not go there, because we start mentioning other people's names.
What I know, and I'm telling you where I'm getting it from. Okay.
Now, the only point I was trying to make was that you seem to be relying only on JIT.
No, JIT is a good source.
Okay.
Because it is an official source. And it's a source that a cabinet member, a cabinet leader, a former president, ought to be familiar with and be able to explain to us. That's why I'm doing that.
I understand that. You can go ahead.
So, you stole a lovely punchline, but I won't hold it against you. The JIT report in relation to these BAE offsets is that the offset proposals are a load of hot air. I don't know if you remember that at all, Mr. Mbeki, or whether you are prepared to comment on it, but I'm putting it to you as part of the narrative of how we managed to get to where we are with more expensive aeroplanes than we should ever have bought.
Chairperson, my colleague Alec Erwin came to the Commission to discuss exactly these matters. I would imagine that that's the person who should have answered these questions. But as for me, indeed, as I've indicated in the main statement that I made, the comments made by members of the IMC and presented to the Commission, well, I stand by those statements. But I'm quite sure that questions like this that are being posed now would be questions that would have to be dealt with there in that interaction with Minister Erwin and of course the current ministers at the Department of Trade and Industry. Because that kind of discussion that would have taken place there, he says there was a communication that got to DTI, Department of Trade and Industry, which said it was whatever. So it went to DTI, it didn't come to us in the Ministerial Committee, so it would have been dealt with there. Then something later came to us.
Did the JIT came to you last and or eventually came to you. And what I'm asking you is, do you remember that scalding criticism of the BAE offsets? That's really the question. The rest was just leading you in.
No, I can't remember. I haven't read that report for a long time. I honestly couldn't be able to say.
You didn't. You weren't advised to read the JIT report or really anything else in order to prepare for this.
No, I wasn't. And I wouldn't understand why I would have to.
Or perhaps to better equip you to answer the questions that you're being asked now.
Mr. Hoffman, can we continue with the cross-examination? Whatever advice that Mr. Mbeki got from his legal advisors, I'm sure it's not relevant. What is relevant is the answers that he gives to your questions. May we get to the next question?
Right, let's get to the next question, which takes us to July of 1998, and an attempt in July of 1998 on the part of General Pierre Steyn, who was then the Secretary of Defense, to stop the cabinet being presented with an evaluation that excludes cost criteria in choosing the lift option, in which he was just overruled by Joe Modise. So that was a meeting, presumably, at which you were present. You have no recollection of that meeting, you seem to be saying.
No. What let me just... yes, no, I was not at any such meeting. Let me just say this, Chairperson, as a matter of principle. As chair of the commission, of the committee, and Deputy President of the Republic, I never attended any departmental meetings, whether defense or trade industry or whatever. So in case this matter arises again, it will be the same answer. Thanks.
Well, fortunately, the next question is one where my instructions are that you were present, and that is on the 31st of August, there was a cabinet meeting, this is still 1998, where you were briefed on the arms deal. You were there, so was Ronnie Casserols, Joe Modise, Stella Sikau, Pierre Steyn, and Chippy Sheikh. And Chippy Sheikh presented two options for the purchase of LIFT. That's the costed and the non-costed options. Now, the way that Pierre Steyn approaches this, no decision was made at the meeting, and then there was an argument afterwards about the minute that Chippy prepared and the minute that Steyn wanted prepared. Do you have any recollection of this at all, Mr. Mbeki?
You said there was a cabinet meeting.
A cabinet briefing on the 31st of August, 1998.
What I've been told about that, not a cabinet briefing.
Just hold on, maybe let me help Mr. Hoffman. It was not a cabinet meeting.
It was a cabinet briefing. Yeah.
It was not a cabinet briefing. It was interministerial briefing, as I recall it. And that is why there were only 4 or 5 ministers at that meeting. It was not a full cabinet.
No, this is what I was asking. I was saying there was no cabinet meeting.
There was a briefing.
There was no briefing of cabinet because there was no cabinet meeting. There was a briefing of the ministerial committee, not cabinet. Unless you got, it seems that you have got different information that there was a cabinet meeting which was briefed.
The information that I have is that there was a briefing at which the ministers I've mentioned, Chippy Sheikh and Pierre Steyn, were present, and then there was a fight afterwards about the meeting, what the minute of the meeting should be saying. Do you have any recollection of that particular dispute in August 31st and days after that?
I don't know of any dispute about anything that would have related to what the officials discussed among themselves outside of hearing of the ministerial committee. I really don't know.
That's a fair answer, and let's move on to November as fast as we can, because on the 18th of November,
Chair, with regard to that meeting of the 31st of August 1998, there's been comprehensive evidence by Mr. Casserels.
I agree with you. Ms. Castros end up, in fact, because Mr. Steyn was saying one thing about those minutes. Mr. Steyn was saying the ministers probably they signed those minutes without reading them, and Mr. Castros came and explained to us that those are the minutes of their meeting, and they signed those minutes. I'm sorry, maybe Mr. Hoffman is at a disadvantage. I'm sure he's not aware of that evidence.
I'm not aware of that evidence, and I don't think it makes any difference anyway, because I want to know what this witness has to say about that meeting, and he's told us he doesn't recall it, and that's a fair enough answer, and I can't go further than that, and I'm trying to do my job, that's all. All right, let's move on then to a big day, which is the 18th of November, 1998, when you announced that Cabinet had approved a 30 billion rand arms deal, and that you'd given the authorization to negotiate and finalize the deals with those 4 primary contractors that had been negotiated with. I hope you remember that one. And
yes, I did in that meeting.
And is it correct, Mr. Mbeki, that in that announcement it was said that the deal, or the 4 deals really, but we called it the arms deal for short, that the deal will produce offset benefits worth 104 billion rand and create 65,000 jobs for South Africans?
That might very well have been said.
Do you also remember that later in the month of November, the then Deputy Auditor General, a man called Shaukat Faki, identified the arms deal as a high-risk deal from an audit point of view, and that he asked for the right to investigate that matter as Auditor General?
No, I don't recall that. I do recall well, I can't dispute it if I can remember.
Now you go to Stockholm at the end of November, 25th of November, and the Swedish people were complaining about being Swedish people. They were complaining about the amount of money that had been allocated to the acquisition of arms at a time when we as a nation were striving for human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the enjoyment of the freedom that we had just won. Do you remember? Sorry.
I don't know. I can't speak for the Swedish people. I'm interested that you are able to speak for the Swedish people as to what they thought and said and so on. I don't know. I was in Sweden, as you say, and did whatever happens during this kind of visit. And certainly, when I came back, I didn't have some feeling that the Swedish people were of this position. But you may very well know better about this than I do.
I'm going to remind you, Mr. Mbeki, and this is inside quotes, so it's actually something that you said while you were in Stockholm. The idea that money that you are using to acquire defense equipment is necessarily money that is being diverted from housing, is emotionally appealing, but wrong. Unquote. Is that what you said at the time?
It's possible.
Are you, as you sit there here today, at a stage when, according to the National Development Plan, we have 2.1 million units in arrear for housing that will cost 300 billion rand to build, and millions of people in shacks? Are you able to explain your reasoning when you said that in Stockholm way back then in November 1998?
We've dealt with this question, Chairperson, I thought. I said right at the beginning that the government had to deal with a whole variety of challenges, whether it's housing or water or whatever, including this one of defense. We did within the context of the Reconstruction and Development Program, and that's what happened.
Is that all you want to say about that?
That's all I need to say.
Can you explain to the Commission why it was necessary to engage in the most expensive procurement in the history of South Africa on armaments at a time when we were the flavor of the month, the new democracy, enemyless, and sitting with the leftovers of the most powerful, oppressive army in Africa? Why did we need to spend so much money on arms?
This question, Chairperson, I'm quite sure has been posed and answered in front of this commission. The rationale for the acquisition and all of that, that's been done. Certainly, as it's been done by my colleagues in the IMC and by the senior officials from defense and elsewhere in government, and those are the positions that, they were government positions, those are positions that I would support. I have nothing to add to what has been presented to the Commission.
Am I understanding you that you continue to toe the official party line, that you don't want to seek to justify it other than that it was a jolly good idea to put South Africa in debt to the tune of lots of money in order to acquire arms to fight enemies we don't have with money we had to borrow?
Mr. Hoffman, you have made so many propositions. Can you make those propositions one by one so that the witness can understand them and respond to them?
Who were our enemies when you concluded the arms deal?
Chairperson, there was never an official party line about this. I don't know what the gentleman is referring to when he talks about an official party line. It was a government decision which was based on very extensive consultation with the South African population, which included Parliament, and the decision was taken, which certainly to us was a national decision. Doesn't mean there were not some people who are objecting, but I'm saying overwhelmingly, this was the national view and was a unanimous view of our Parliament, elected representatives. So, and that was also the view of government. We acted on that basis and implemented that. There was no party line about it, but then so that it became not only a government decision to do that acquisition, but a national decision to re-equip the National Defence Force.
Mr. Mbeki, my question was, who were our enemies when you spent all this money on arms?
Chairperson, we don't want to reopen all the discussion that we'll find, for instance, in the defense review. If the gentleman wants us to do this, of course, we can go and fetch defense review and read exactly the argument which justified this particular acquisition. I don't know if you want us to do that, but I'm saying that this matter has been canvassed before, and indeed that would include incorporating whatever would have said in a document like the defense review, and that I have nothing to add to this.
Can you name 3 countries that were enemies of ours when you did this deal?
Mr. Hoffman, let's get to the next question. We have asked that question. Mr. Mbeki says that the justifications are contained in the defense review. If you want him to do that, he can go back and get the defense review and give you those reasons why they made the acquisition. Now, to say to him, name 3 countries which are enemies to South Africa, I'm sure it was not going to be helpful to this commission. Let's get to the next question.
As the Commission pleases. Mr. Mbeki, the next aspect that we need to move on to, because now the deals are done and the fallout begins, and before I move...
I'm sorry, Mr. Can you just repeat? I missed your first few words.
I say we can move on because now the deals are done, and we're getting to the next chapter of this unnecessarily long cross-examination. So, before I do that, is it correct that Trevor Manuel was initially not in favor of the arms deal and had to be persuaded to support it?
No, he never told me that. And I don't know whether I was asked that question when he appeared before the commission, because he would have been able to answer the question. But he never told me that.
All right. No, that was just an aside. It's also true that South Africa had to borrow money in order to pay for these arms. Is that not so?
Sure. Yeah, it is so. Yeah.
Sorry, and the Public Finance Management Act is what it's all about. That's what tells you how you go about borrowing money for public purposes.
Chair, as my learned colleague will know, the Public Finance Act was not in operation then. It only came into operation in 1999. It was the Exchequer Act which was applicable at the time. And in any event, these very issues have been extensively covered by Minister Manuel.
Commissioner, I'm responding to some of the evidence in chief. The wording of the relevant wording is identical in both acts, as my learned friend Mr. Marani knows. And the point that I'm wanting to make with the witness is simply this: that the Minister of Finance is indeed entitled to borrow money, but under Section 71F, the kind of borrowing that was done, and it was big borrowing, to finance the arms deals, is the kind of borrowing which is called borrowing for any other purpose approved by the National Assembly by special resolution. That's what the law says.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoffman. That section...
It's Section 71F of the Public Finance Management Act.
But then I think the evidence that we have and what Mr. Morales says, at the time of when these deals were made, the Exchequer Act was in operation and not the PMFA Act. And I think one of the witnesses dealt with that issue in detail.
He has dealt with it, and that's why I'm challenging him. My instructions are that the wording of in relation to this issue is the same in the old Act as the new, so I'm referring to the new because it's just easier to find. And the point that really the question is, are you aware and can you point to the Commission to any special resolution of the National Assembly that gave Trevor Manuel the permission to borrow all that money that he borrowed in order to, and if there is one, I'll be very happy to know that there is one. I don't know of one, and it worries me that this borrowing was done en passant. Not, I'm not putting it to you that there wasn't a special resolution. I'm putting it that a special resolution is required, and I have not, in all of the paper that I've read in this, ever seen such a special resolution.
This issue of the borrowing, question of the loans, from the subject matter of an action which was brought by the learned colleague's client in the Cape High Court, where he lost. He applied for leave to appeal to the SCA, he lost. He went to the Constitutional Court, he lost. So that issue in our submission is res judicata. A court of law has pronounced on the validity of those loans, etc. I don't see why we should be revisiting that, rehashing that.
I was unfortunately not in that earlier litigation because I was still a proper lawyer then, I was still a proper lawyer in the old days, not an NGO worker. So I was not in that earlier litigation, but I've read the judgment, and as I understand it, the finding of the court is that the applicant, which was ECAR, Mr. Crawford Brown, sued the wrong party. There's no res judicata on this point. And this point is an important point for this commission, because if it happens that a special resolution of Parliament was required before Mr. Manuel took his loan, then this commission is in honour bound, I would suggest, to find out about that. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to be clever. I'm not trying to suggest that there wasn't one. I'm asking a question that I don't know the answer to, which is always dangerous cross-examination. But this is important enough to do.
You know, I remember when I was still young, I was told that when you cross-examine, if you don't know the answer, then put the question to the witness. Now, this is exactly what they do. Mr. Mbeki, are you in a position to tell us whether, are you aware of any resolution of that nature or not?
Chairperson, at no point did the government act in any illegal manner, knowingly or unknowingly, as far as we're concerned. This matter that is being raised about what might be said in the then legislation as it existed, as I was saying earlier, I'm sure that the matter could have been put to the then Minister of Finance, because indeed, as it says, the Minister of Finance borrowed. It could have been put there, and I'm quite sure that you would have dealt with, if it's not already been dealt with in the courts, as Advocate Morane says.
Thank you, Advocate Hoffman. In any event, I think you can still raise this question during argument.
We'll do it as a matter of discovery from the Commission. It's a government document that either exists or doesn't, and we can do it via documents. If there was a quick answer and the witness knew, we would have saved a lot of people a lot of time and trouble looking for a document which may or may not exist. Okay. I was trying to be helpful, even though I do it in the worst possible way.
Okay.
To be helpful, Chair, I think reference can be had to Section 16 of the Exchequer Act, which says the Minister of Finance may at any time borrow monies, A, to finance anticipated deficits in the Exchequer account, obtain foreign currency, etc., etc.
Is that helpful to you, Mr. Hoffman?
Yes, I understand it's the same as the PFMA. My client's a banker, fortunately, so he knows more about these things than I do. But the difficulty is that this is a question of a foreign loan. It's not just borrowing money locally. And I don't think we need to debate it now. I don't think it's fair to Mr. Mbeki for us to sit here and be clever lawyers while he's trying to actually give evidence.
Mr. Hoffman, how long do you think you'll still be busy with the witness? Because I think I'm going to sit until we finish this witness today.
Well, I am now in...
Just more or less, how long do you think?
I'm in my chronology, I'm in the happy year of 1999, which was a very happy year because Mr. Mbeki won presidential election by a landslide. And I need to take him at least to the end of his presidency, which is 2007. I don't think there's as much detail, but I have a plan. I'm still on chapter 1 of the plan, which is to try and help the Commission by giving you a chronological sequence.
Mr. Hoffman, that I understand. The simple question is, are you still going to be busy for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, so that we can know how to plan our things? That is the only question that I was asking.
It depends on how often Mr. Marani interrupts me.
Okay. I think in that case, let's adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll come back, and my fellow commissioner said to me that we are going to sit until we are done with Mr. Mbeki.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm going to request on behalf of Lawyers of Human Rights to, after this cross-examination is finalized, to get the opportunity to consult with my clients. You will appreciate that the statement that we received this morning of some 11 paragraphs and 4 pages.
I understand that. You don't have to motivate it.
Okay.
When I said we need to finish, I was referring to Mr. Hoffman.
Oh, okay.
To Mr.
Thank you.
Hoffman. If we finish with Mr. Hoffman today, then we can come back to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Advocate Moerani, tomorrow unfortunately will have to be to come back. But then, so that we can finish timelessly tomorrow, I think we're going to take a 15 minutes adjournment, and from there continue until we finish with the cross-examination of Mr. Hoffman.
you confirm you are a student now? I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I promised to start on a happy note, and the happy note is the month of June 1999, when Mr. Mbeki became the President of South Africa in a landslide victory. But even happy notes in commissions of inquiry have dark linings. It's also correct, is it not, Mr. Mbeki, that when you were elected, your Deputy President was one Jacob Zuma?
Yes, that is correct.
And shortly after the elections, the then Auditor General, Henry Kluwer, asked you for permission for the Auditor General's office to do a proper audit of the arms deal. Do you remember that?
It's possible.
Now, and a man called Gavin Woods was appointed as the chairman of SCOPA, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, in July that year. And to your credit, the predecessors of the Scorpions were started in August that year. So you were definitely Mr. Delivery, as Piero liked to call you at that time. You were getting on with the business of creating an administration of your own. Is that a fair summary of what happened in the early months of your presidency?
Well, you mentioned Mr. Woods being chair of SCOPA. That was a parliamentary decision, and that is correct. That's what happened. The rest was, well, normal government work.
In August of that year, Minister Manuel's department presented an affordability study of the arms deals, which raised some serious concerns, including taking into account currency fluctuations and how this would impact on the national effort to reduce the budget deficit, which was one of his major achievements as a politician. You remember that happening shortly after you took over the reins?
I don't remember it specifically, but it could have happened.
And then, of course, the party got spoilt by Patricia de Lille, who produced a dossier on the 9th of September that year, which had a whole lot of serious allegations about malfeasance, misfeasance of all kinds in relation to the arms deals in Parliament. She produced it to Parliament. Remember that as being the period when that occurred.
Yes, certainly. I mean, you are right that she produced a document with, as you quite correctly describe them, serious allegations. And that's all they were. I don't know what party was over as a result of the making of allegations, but indeed she did.
You did, however, respond on the same day, the 9th of September, or the presidency did, your office did, and you released a statement that defended Jacob Zuma against these allegations of being involved in shady arms deals. You remember that?
No, you'd have to be a bit more specific about that.
On the same day that Patricia de Lille produced her dossier in Parliament, my instructions are that the presidency did a press release in which Jacob Zuma, the then deputy president, was defended because he was one of the people fingered in that set of allegations. So you sprang to his defense as president. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying, Chairperson, is that I can't recall what Patricia de Lille might have said about the then Deputy President Jacob Zuma. I don't know. what maybe he can remind us about that, because it would explain what the Office of the President would have said. Again, I'm imagining this because probably, one of the things that the Office of the President might have said was that then Deputy President Jacob Zuma was never involved in the procurement process. He was not in any point. That's what might have been said. I don't know, I'm speculating because I don't know quite what the charge, allegation by Mr. Lil was.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman.
Chairperson, if a learned colleague is referring to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoffman, can you switch off the machine?
If my learned colleague is referring to any document, I think it would be in the interest of everybody, in interest of justice, if he were to produce that document so that we all read it and see what it says.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I think Mr. Hoffman is in a difficulty because he's reading a book. These are the allegations that comes from the book. I can see, he is reading a book. Probably that is why he's unable to give us documents which will substantiate the statements that that he's making. But then I think we'll have to, unfortunately, we'll have to go on in the manner in which we have been doing.
Thank you.
Unless Victoria would say there's difficulties about that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Just to ease Mr. Marani's pain, the words shady arms deals are in inverted commas as a quote out of the presidential. We're not making this up as we go along. It's actually a serious recordal of the chronology. And I'm sure it's on the presidential website anyway. Look, later in September, in fact, it would have been around the 20th or the 21st, Mr. Fauci, who had now been promoted to Auditor General, wrote to Monsieur Lakota, who I saw here earlier today, and he asked that the arms deal...
Well, Mr. Hoffman, if you don't mind, I see Mr. Lakota sitting at the back. Yeah, he's Mr. Lakota. He's not my friend. I won't say to him Lakota. He's sitting at the back, and I think he's Mr. Lakota. Because he's not my friend, this is how I'll refer to him. Unless if he's your friend, no. He might allow you to say Lakota.
He is my friend, but I'm still out of line. You're quite right. And I must call him Mr. Lakota for the record. I apologize. And he seems to have a lot of equanimity, which is in short supply. He was asked by the Auditor General he was urged by the Auditor General to allow the arms deals to be audited, because the Auditor General had a bee in his bonnet about this, obviously. And his response was to say, by all means, Mr. Auditor General, you are a Chapter 9 institution, you act without fear, favour or prejudice, go ahead, audit the arms deals. Do you recall that happening, Mr. Mbeki?
You are talking about an interaction between the Auditor General and the then Minister of Defense. No, I wasn't there.
Did you react to it in any way, that interaction?
I don't recall that the Minister of Defense or the Auditor General came and raised the matter with me.
A strange thing happened next, which is why I asked that question. A general called Keith Snowball wrote to Mr. Fauci and said, Mr. Lakota's earlier letter was invalid, and that the terms of reference of any investigation by the Auditor General would have to be cleared with your executive. Does that prompt your memory? Do you remember such a, or are you just not in a position to dispute that that was part of the chronology of what went on?
No, I don't know that. I know about the constitution of the JIT, which included the Auditor General, that I know about.
Just before we get to that, JIT, there was also Ms. DeLille offering her dossier to Willem Heath, who was then the SIU, or the Special Investigative Unit at the time, and asking him to investigate and cancel deals if necessary. Does that ring any bells in your recollection of the chronology of the arms deals? Or is it something that has passed you by? You don't remember it? So
she may very well have done that, I don't know.
okay. And then in February of, well, before we get to February, let's just remember that on the 3rd of December 1999 was the big day when we all signed off on the deal, and the final loan and purchase agreements. So 30 billion rand of South African money was committed to the purpose of modernizing our defense force, preparing us for foreign invasion, getting us right to play our correct role as a leading country in a liberated country in Africa. That's the date of the deal. I think you can even agree with me on that.
Sure, that's the date the cabinet took the decision, yes.
Then in February the next year, which is 2000, the Office for Serious Economic Offences, which was the predecessor of what we now call the Scorpions, says that it is doing its own investigation independently into the arms deals. And funnily enough, at the same time, Mr. Zuma starts building in Kandla with a budget of 1 million rand, but that's by the by. Let's just stick to the question about the Scorpions' predecessors getting involved. Were you ever made aware of the fact that there was a police investigation into the arms deals?
No, I don't remember that.
Now, it's documented in the Shabir Sheikh trial that Jacob Zuma, Alan Tethard, Shabir Sheikh met in Durban on the 10th and 11th of March of 2000. And the court accepted that the purpose of the meeting was to discuss a payment of a 500,000 euro bribe to Mr. Zuma in return for protection against investigation into Thompson's potential corrupt activity in the arms deals. In other words, they were getting nervous about what all the noise that was going on about irregularity. That was all over the press. Do you remember that, or was it just something that it didn't involve you?
Sure, I remember it, but I mean, it didn't involve us.
I do need to ask you this question, given that kind of publicity, because you are a senior statesman in Africa today, and you are working to make Africa a better place. I'd like your view, if you would share it with us, please, on the propriety of a person in the position of President Zuma appointing sitting judges to preside at a commission of inquiry of this nature about subject matter such as this. And I see Mr. Marani is already upset with me.
Just so, Mr. Marani, before you say anything, I'm not going to allow the question. It's not necessary for the former president to answer the question.
I accept that, Mr. Commissioner. It's perhaps something for another day in another forum. Now, on the 15th of August in the year 2000, the first Auditor General came out. That's the first official report of the Auditor General's investigation. And in it, he raised some serious questions about the rectitude of the acquisition process and recommended that there be further investigation, which I think led to JIT eventually. Does that accord with your recollection of the chronology? Is that the way things happened?
And that's possible, I don't know.
Do you also recall that Selby Bakwa, who at the time was the public protector, announced almost simultaneously that the public protector's office, which is there to guard against maladministration, said it too was going to get take an interest in what happened in the arms deals?
Yes, I can't remember all of this detail about things that happened then, but I have no doubt that this might very well have happened.
And then on the 9th of October, which was quite soon later, was quite soon after that, the Heath unit lodged a request with you to be granted a presidential proclamation, because the SIU works in terms of presidential proclamations, giving it the right to investigate the arms deal. So we've got Patricia DeLille, the Heath unit, the Auditor General, and now in October, the Public Protector in August, all swarming all over the arms deal. Is that the way that your presidency began?
The Special Investigation Unit, or the Heath Unit, doesn't present a request to presidents unless the law has been changed since we left government. They would have presented that request to the Minister of Justice, not to the president. On the recommendation of the Minister of Justice.
Then I want to go to the first SCOPA hearing, which I know you weren't involved in because you were in the executive at that stage. But what emerged there was that by October 2000, the cost of the deal had spiraled to 43.8 billion, and that there wasn't proper provision in the agreement about what happens if the offset deals don't really materialize. Do you remember any of that, Mr. Mbeki?
No, I don't.
Do you remember that Chippy Sheikh, when that was all happening, suggested that he recused himself from discussions in which he would be in a conflict of interest, but that was found to be false when the JIT got involved in the investigation?
Well, I only recall that, Chairperson, in the context of the report of the JIT, that the JIT did discuss that particular matter. I don't know what earlier discussion took place about it.
And I don't think we need to go into what Shabir Sheikh's fate was. There is a court record, and we all know that he was given 15 years for corrupting Jacob Zuma. Let's just accept that as part of the narrative, and that is in fact what followed. You happy with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now we get to the month of October 2000, and we have SCOPA releasing its 14th report, which is the one we call the JIT report into the arms deal. And that report urges your government to form a super investigating team to investigate the arms deal, and it argues that the SIU should be involved in the process because the SIU has these powers to cancel deals that are unconstitutional or illegal or induced by fraud or whatever it is. Do you remember that, Mr. Mbeki?
Yes, no, I remember the recommendation of the SCOPA, more or less in the terms that you are stating.
And then from another quarter altogether, in December of 2000, the Speaker of Parliament, who was then Freni Jinwala, came into the row that was going on in Scopa between Woods and Feinstein on the one side and the ANC members on the other side. You remember that. And she says she was not, and I'm putting this in quotes again for Mr. Marani's benefit, not aware of any resolution of Parliament, of the National Assembly, instructing the President to issue any proclamation regarding the work of the Heath Commission. Well, I think you've answered that already. You say that's something that the Minister of Justice should have done, not Parliament.
No, Chairperson, she was not addressing that issue. What she was addressing was she was saying that a parliamentary committee has no authority to direct the executive to do anything unless that is done by resolution of... that's the matter she was addressing.
Well, we can agree on that one. Then we go to January of the next year, which on the 12th of January that year, Ministers Irwin, Manuel, Khadebi, and Lekota had a press conference at Johannesburg International, which is now ORT. And well, I'd like to know if they were there. Obviously, they were collectively responsible with you for what happened. Were they there with your blessing or your knowledge, or did they just do it on their own?
No one agreed that they should do that.
And what they did there was to defend the procurement process while noting that the cost had gone up because of inflation and that the procurement didn't really deal with the secondary contracts. You left that to the contractors to do rather than make the secondary contracts government contracts. Is that really the line that was taken when they stood up at ORT and held their press conference?
I'm sure that's what the statement said. That was the position of government anyway.
Then, a couple of days later, on the 19th of January, you wrote a letter to Judge Willem Heath, and you said to him, you're not going to give him the right to investigate the arms deal. Do you remember that?
We communicated to Judge Heath on the basis of a recommendation by the Minister of Justice, which said we had an obligation to implement a decision of the Constitutional Court, which said that that particular unit, the Special Investigation Unit, the Heath Unit, was improperly constituted, and therefore that we needed to change it. And indeed, therefore, the Minister of Justice said, on the basis of this, we have to do this, and that certainly was part of the argument.
It was a separation of powers issue. You had a member of the judiciary working in the executive, which is not a healthy thing when there's a separation of powers. Is that really what it was?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just saying what I could recall is that the Constitutional Court said it was improper for us to appoint a judge to head this commission. We needed to find somebody else. But that I know. Quite what the detailed argument would have been at the Constitutional Court, I don't know. I can ask the lawyers who are around me here, including you.
Please don't, otherwise we'll never finish. I'm indebted to Mr. Marani for drinking instead of talking. It's very much easier to get on with the show. The quote, and this is once again inside quotes for Council's benefit, of what you said there worries me, and I want to talk to you about it. Because the quote of what you said in relation to that is, "It is clear that we cannot allow the situation to continue where an organ appointed by and accountable to the executive refuses to accept the authority of the executive. This situation of ungovernability will not be allowed to continue." Now with respect, Mr. Mbeki, is a general statement which I don't think you really meant to say. You were dealing with it specifically in the context of a separation of powers hiccup. It would, if you took what you've said there literally, it would actually chop off at the knees everything that every Chapter 9 institution does. And I don't think that's what you meant. And I would be much relieved to hear that you agree with me that's not what you meant when you said it.
The Heath Unit, so-called, is not a Chapter 9 institution. So I'm quite sure the comments that I would have made to the unit relate to what certainly the government thought the unit was doing. So it's got nothing to do with Chapter 9 institutions. It's got to do with particular behavior at a particular time by a particular unit.
Yes, now I'm very pleased with that answer, and I thank you for it, because it is a source of concern where the separation of powers is so critical to the success of constitutional democracy in a multi-party setup like ours. So let's move on to what happened in January of, later in January of the same year, when the ANC members of SCOPA put out a press statement saying that SCOPA had never directly asked for Heath to be part of the investigation team, and they made Andrew Feinstein read that out in Parliament. Do you remember that incident?
No, I'm afraid no, I was not in Parliament.
Okay. Do you know that after he said it, he actually retracted it? He retracted the statement when he saw the reaction.
As I've said, Chairperson, I was not in Parliament. I don't know what these parliamentarians were doing. I don't know what these parliamentarians were doing.
I want to move all the way to May because I'm mindful of the hour and we are making wonderful progress. So let's go to May of 2000, where once again this joint parliamentary standing committee on ethics and members' interests forced through a resolution that was to the effect that Tony Yengeni, who was in trouble with his Mercedes-Benzes, did not have to appear before the committee to answer questions relating to the claims that those were involved in the arms deals. Did you have any role in that, or did that just happen at parliamentary level without any input from you?
Chair, I think we're wasting time. These were parliamentary matters. Mr. Mbeki was not involved in those parliamentary matters. Can we please get on with it?
You know, my co-commissioner here was just pulling me saying that are we still within our mandate? These questions that are being asked are relevant to our mandate. And I said to him, no. I'm not quite sure which term of reference this information that Mr. Hoffman is trying to elicit from Mr. Mbeki is going to how is it going to help us? Mr. Hoffman, is that...
Let me put it succinctly. Part of your mandate relates to the cover-up, does it not? Well, this is where I'm at.
Which paragraph would that be?
It's the question of how institutionally the allegations of wrongdoing, misfeasance and malfeasance in the arms deals were dealt with subsequent to the deals being done. That's all. I'm not trying to make a big song and dance. I'm trying to get through.
No, that I understand. I've got the terms of reference. Which one? Can you just refer me to the relevant portion? Maybe I'm the one who misunderstood them.
It's 1.5, yeah. My instructions are it's 1.5, and I'll check my instructions because my client has been reading these things longer than me.
Can we just read that into the record? Maybe, our understanding is not the same.
Yes. So it's 1.5 of your mandate. You want me to read it out?
And that's right, because that doesn't seem to be our understanding of 1.5.
It's a question of how you interpret the words, not award, which is what goes before, but conclusion of the contracts awarded and concluded in the SDPP procurement process, and if so, whether legal proceedings should be instituted against such persons and the nature of such legal proceedings, and whether in particular there's basis to pursue such persons for the recovery of any losses that the state may have suffered as a result of their conduct. Now, if there is conduct that is designed to cover up wrongdoing in abstracto, let's not talk about this here, then there is a basis for saying that mandate is part of or that wording is part of your mandate.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. You can continue. Fortunately, I see you're almost towards the end of that book. I think you are left with about 2 pages or so. Yeah, okay.
I'm running out of pages, but unfortunately the book is only chapter 1 of but I don't have a lot more to do. Sorry, Mr. Mbeki. We're getting there. Is it also correct that on the 30th of August in 2000, Andrew Feinstein resigned from the ANC after being taken to task for the position that he took on the arms deals? He was a member of SCOPA and he had a lot of conflict around it.
Well, I know that he resigned. When he did, I can't remember.
I'm helping you with the date. It's documented. Then I want to take you to October of that same year, where there were reports in the investigative press that Mr. Fauci, the Auditor General, had forwarded his original Auditor General's report, which was released in August 2000, to your cabinet for review, and that paragraphs implicating Chippy Sheikh in improper activities had been edited out by your cabinet to clear Chippy Sheikh. And the book by the man sitting behind me has a lot of pages in it that show that there's been editing in handwriting, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. I want to know whether you had anything to do with that, or whether we should be looking for other culprits in relation to the editing of the Auditor General's report in October 2000.
Chairperson, the Cabinet never edited any auditor's report of any kind. What normally happened, I do not know if the practice remains, what normally happened with regard to the Auditor General was that whichever institution, department he was auditing, he would prepare the audit report, he would show it to the people or organization, institution that was being audited, to allow them to make comments in terms of what would be before him, which comments he was free to accept or reject, it didn't matter. After which then he finalizes his report. That's normal. That's normally what he did. And in this case, in the case I'm talking now, but in the case when there was a JIT and he had to prepare that report, he followed the same normal procedure. There was nothing extraordinary about it. And there was nothing that would have been edited out by members of the ministerial committee. It was not cabinet. But no doubt there would have been comments if we thought that there were some things that the Auditor General had got wrong. As I say, with no obligation on the Auditor General to accept whatever we said. But that's normal practice with the Auditor General. They didn't do anything which was extraordinary with regard to this particular matter.
So what you're saying is that the procedure really mirrors the procedure that the Public Protector now does with her confidential provisional report, which is then given to interested parties to comment on, goes back to her, and she then makes her final report. It's not a question of somebody saying this has to be in the final report. It's a question of input being given. That's if I summed you up correctly.
Well, Chairperson, I don't know what the Public Protector does. I was talking about what I know about the manner in which the Auditor General conducted his work while I was in government with regard to any audit report. That they would prepare the report, show it to the person, institution who was being audited, get whatever comments, and then finalize the report. And they followed exactly the same procedure in our case.
Do you remember that Shabir Sheikh was arrested on the 16th of November that year and charged in relation to his relationship with Mr. Zuma? And that on the same, well, I think you do remember that, but that on the same day you wrote an article in ANC Today attacking the joint investigation report.
I don't recall attacking the joint investigation report, Chairperson. I might have made some critical comments about elements of what they said. But as I say, I can't remember attacking it, because of course we can always find that letter. It's on the internet. It's not difficult.
Yeah. Can we prevail upon Mr. Marani not only to make that ANC Today editorial that you wrote on the 16th of November, but also one that you wrote sometime later? I'll pick up the date. It's the 30th of May. I think those were the only two that I know of that you wrote in relation to the arms deal. Can we ask to prevail upon him to make them available to the Commission and to the parties represented?
Chairperson, I decline the invitation. Learned colleague Hoffman and his client can do their own work.
Are you going to pay us? On the 25th of February 2002, the chairman of Scopa, Gavin Woods, resigned from Scopa in protest against the way that your government handled the arms deal investigation. Do you recall that event, Mr. Mbeki?
Yeah, I do recall that Mr. Gavin Woods left Scopa. Quite why, I don't know. I'm sure that this is a matter that would have been discussed in Parliament.
And it left you cold, neither here nor there. You had no reaction to it at all.
Mr. Hoffman, can we continue the cross-examination? He says he doesn't know. Okay. Let's go and get to the next question.
I'll move on, thank you. Now, by the 13th of March 2003, there had been litigation involving Richard Young, who was one of the disappointed tenderers in relation to the IT for the corvettes. And I'm instructed that on that date, the 13th of March, the Auditor General dropped his appeal against a judgment in favor of Richard Young, meaning that the Auditor General had to release documents requested by Young, including the draft JIT report, which is all over Henny van Vieren's book now. And the extracts show that the report had been heavily edited in order to reflect more favorably on the government. Are you in a position to dispute any of that, or do you simply take it as a statement of what went on that you are unable to contest?
Chairperson, it's not very pleasant to be objecting at every turn, but I really, really do not see the relevance of this line of questioning, particularly in the light of the evidence of President Mbeki.
Let me help Mr. Marani. On the next occasion that anything of relevance to this matter occurred, Mr. Mbeki wrote a column in ANC Today where he was critical of what had happened there. So he made a comment at the time, and that's why it's relevant, because he obviously regarded it as something of importance. But we will do our homework. We will go and scratch in the internet. We will find the articles that were written, and we will produce them when Mr. Crawford Brown gives his evidence in due course. So let's not...
I think I agree with you.
Let's do it then.
Do your homework, get those articles, give them to Mr. Crawford Brown, and then he can produce them when he gives evidence.
Thank
I
you,
think
Mr.
maybe
Commissioner.
there's a much better way of dealing with
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Moving on then to June, that is when Patricia Hewitt, who was then the British Trade Minister, Under Secretary for Trade in the UK House of Commons, stood up and said that BAE had paid commissions to agents to help secure the Hawke Gripen deal, and that the amount involved was £112 million sterling. Did you take note of that announcement in any shape or form?
I'm not going to allow the question whether, I'm sure you will not know what the British have done or what announcements they've made. Whatever answer is going to give us, I'm not sure how it's going to help us. Maybe let's get to the next question.
Okay, the next question is there any provision in any of the arms deals for the payment of commission to intermediaries? Because I haven't been able to find one myself, and if you found one for me, I'll be deeply indebted to you, Mr. Mbeki.
A payment by whom, Chairperson?
Payments to intermediaries by the arms deal suppliers. See, let me explain this because it's another important part of this. If these deals are cancelled because of this kind of activity, the loss that accrues in respect of the bribes falls on the European arms dealers who corrupted the South African officials, personnel, people who were involved in the negotiation of the arms deals. And in this particular instance, what Patricia Hewitt actually said was, we set aside £200 million.
Mr. Hoffman, what is the question to the witness?
The question is, do you appreciate, Mr. Mbeki, that if arms deals are cancelled, recipients of bribes keep their bribes and the loss falls on those who paid the bribes to land the contracts? Do you know that?
Chairperson, the witness asked for clarification as to who are these people who are alleged to have paid bribes. That has not been cleared, so that he's in a position to answer the question. The so-called intermediaries. I mean, if it would make sense if it related to government and it related to the primary contracts. But if it's relating to secondary crime, then it's totally irrelevant.
Mr. Commissioner, my learned friend hasn't been listening because it's late. It's BAE that admits in Parliament that it paid £112 million of commissions, which is just English language for bribes. And you have in the Terry Crawford Brown versus the President documentation a great fat wad of paper that shows exactly who was paid and how much and where and through which companies. And if my learned friend Mr. Marani hasn't read that, then I suggest he doesn't waste your time by asking silly questions, but he goes and reads it because it's all there, waiting for anybody who wants to read it to read it.
Chairperson, my learned colleague should withdraw that. Asking silly questions. That's not the sort of language you must be using here.
Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Marani says that he objects to the fact that you say he's asking silly questions.
If Mr. Marani had taken the trouble, both when he represented...
Are you prepared to withdraw the fact, that statement that he's asking silly questions, or you're not prepared to withdraw it?
Let me say that it was an unnecessary question had he prepared.
Then I'm saying, are you prepared to...
I will withdraw the silly question because Mr. Marani is not...
You will not withdraw the statement?
No, I will. I will withdraw the silly term because Mr. Marani is not silly.
Chair, I'm not quite certain whether... I know English is not my home language. But I'm not quite certain whether I've seen anywhere where it's written that the word commission is equivalent to bribe. Can you help me with that statement?
May I suggest, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Commissioner, that you do what nobody in this commission appears to have done yet, and read the papers that were placed before the Constitutional Court in order to get this commission appointed, because they are full of information that shows that these so-called commissions were paid as bribes through red diamond trading in the British Virgin Islands to the personnel like Fana Shlongwana and Breitenbach and others. We'll give you a list of names if you want them. They are actually all there and they've been before you since the day you were appointed.
Yeah, I understand that. When your client testifies, then he can lead that evidence. But then put your proposition short and sweet to Mr. Tawambegi so that we can finish with this evidence. And then the list of people who receive bribes, then we can deal with them when your client testifies. Can you just put very brief questions to Mr. Mbeki which are understandable so that he can understand? I'm sure he will be a bit confused if you say to him that, bribes in English is the same as commission. Maybe let's just try and avoid that type of language.
Those commissions, as they were so delicately called in the House of Commons, are not recoverable from the persons to whom they were paid. If there is a cancellation of the BAE-Saab deal, which we submit there should be, then 35 billion rands flows back into the coffers of South Africa, which we could use, and the bribes fall where they fall on those who paid them, because a bribe is an illegal transaction and they cannot sue Fana Shlongwane or John Breitenbach or whoever it is that received that commission in the course of negotiating the BAE deal. And the same applies to all of the other deals. And that doesn't seem to be understood generally. And I'm very concerned to know whether it has crossed your radar, because it's an important thing to know, not only here, but also in the work that
Mr. Hoffman, what is the question to the witness?
The question is, does the witness understand that that commissions that are not in the contract, that are paid, are not recoverable from the person who received them as a matter of law? Do you know that that's what the law is?
I've got the great disadvantage, Chairperson, that I'm not a lawyer. So I really honestly don't know what the law says. As I listen to the question, as it's a speech and a question. As I listened, trying to understand what was being said, and indeed I must say, Chairperson, I agree with you. I didn't think that the words commission and bribe were synonymous. We have absolutely no evidence. And for the last 16 years, for however long this discussion has been taking place, for all of these years, there's been absolutely nobody who's presented any evidence of any kind of bribery in terms of people who were involved in the processing, particularly the IMC, the processing of the acquisition. We've been waiting for all of these years for people to say concretely, these are the facts we have. And I haven't seen any. There may be, but I haven't seen any. I'm saying this, Chairperson, because, therefore, in that context, the matter is never a reason for us to consider what would happen to whoever might have been bribed, because the matter has not a reason. So it's a speculative thing. And in this particular case, I certainly am not familiar with whatever the law might say about this.
Mr. Mbeki, I have to enlighten you as to what is on record in the Constitutional Court matter that gave birth to this inquiry, because it seems that you have not been briefed by your legal team as to what is in it. In those documents, and they were before the court when my learned friend Mr. Marani and I went there in May 2011, and they were before the court on the 12th of September of the same year, when President Zuma decided, rather than answer the documentation, he simply conceded this commission of inquiry without ever dealing with the facts. This wad of documents here is ex parte National Director of Public Prosecutions in re an application for the issue of search warrants, and it has a founding affidavit by Johan de Plooy, who is a senior Scorpion, and it identifies and shows anybody who takes the trouble to read it who was paid bribes, how much they were paid bribes, what accounts the bribes were paid in, and where in the world. It was British Virgin Islands. BAE created a company called Red Diamond Trading.
Mr. Hoffman,
and paid
Mr. Hoffman,
bribes.
what is the question to the witness? Can you just put short questions to the witness so that the witness can understand them and answer them? A very long speech,
Yes.
it will not help us, because I also end up, forgetting what you said at the beginning. Put very short questions to the witness and let the witness respond.
Mr. Mbeki, there is ample evidence of bribery in the BAE deal. In the submarines deal, the suppliers of the submarines have admitted that there is bribery and corruption in the South African submarine deal. And in the Corvette deal, you once had a memory lapse in relation to what happened when you and Barbara Masekela were together with the contractors in Paris. I don't know whether you've recovered from that memory lapse. So those are three things I'm putting to you.
Chairperson, I'm objecting to this line of questioning because, as my learned colleague correctly says, at some stage, I was involved in the applications which started in the High Court in Cape Town, where Mr. Crawford Brown had to withdraw those applications because their papers
I'm
were...
sorry, Advocate Merani, if you don't mind. Mr. Crawford Brown.
Mr. Yes, Mr. Crawford Brown, yes. I beg your pardon if I had not mentioned the Mr. part of it. He had to withdraw those papers after a couple of months, and then instituted proceedings in the Constitutional Court. That matter in the Constitutional Court was never adjudicated. It consisted of allegations which were taken from books and from certain copies of affidavits. Those allegations were never ever tested. And at the time when the decision was made to appoint a commission of inquiry, as my learned colleague knows, I was never involved. I was no longer involved in those proceedings. But they remain allegations which were untested, and that is all they are.
I can respond to that. Sorry.
These averments made in affidavits and other statements before the Constitutional Court, whether the court ever made any findings thereon to say that they are proof of what they say. That's been worrying. And from what Advocate Moerane is saying, it looks like there was never any pronouncement on those allegations. You cannot therefore come and say these are facts.
May I respond, Mr. Commissioner Musi? This is what actually happened. When Mr. Crawford Brown approached me for legal advice as to what to do about the persistent failure of the South African government to appoint a commission of inquiry into the arms deals, I advised him, unlike what Mr. Moerane has just said, I advised him to institute an action. And there was a reason why I said institute an action. The reason was...
Mr. Hoffman, if you don't mind, can we just deal with one critical issue? And that is the status of the affidavits which were lodged at the Constitutional Court.
I'm dealing with that.
My understanding, and apparently Commissioner Mochi shares the same understanding, those are still at the level of allegation. The Constitutional Court did not make any factual findings as far as those allegations are concerned.
Well,
is that correct? Is that the correct legal position?
Let me tell you what happened properly, because you have been told information that is not a correct reflection of what occurred. There was not an application in the High Court in Cape Town. There was an action for an order compelling President Zuma to appoint a commission of inquiry. Now, as you know, in an action, when the pleadings are closed, it is possible to call for discovery and to issue subpoenas. And the game plan was to issue subpoenas on the ANC in order to find out whether all of these wild and wonderful allegations were true or not by looking at their receipt book. That game plan was thwarted by good advocacy by Mr. Moerane, for which I must congratulate him, because he repeatedly accepted to everything we did, and eventually he drew an exception which said the High Court does not have jurisdiction in a matter like this. This is the kind of matter that is only justiciable by the Constitutional Court itself. And he thought we would go away and not be seen again because we didn't have enough money for a train ticket to Braamfontein. Well, we saved up, we went to Braamfontein, and we appeared in Braamfontein in May 2011. And at that stage, there was a fairly skeletal application, a brief application saying, look, we've been sent here because Mr. Morani doesn't want to fight us in Cape Town, and we would like to have the opportunity of asking this court to give us the relief that we are asking for on the basis of these untested allegations, because they are allegations that can and should and ought to be tested by an independent, impartial, and full of integrity commission. And Mr. Morani's response to that was to take more technical points and to suggest that actually we should be back in Cape Town instead of where we were at Braamfontein. So
Mr. Hoffman, with the greatest of respect, you're not answering my question.
I am.
That history is not going to help us. We just want to determine the status of those allegations made in the Constitutional Court.
I'm getting there, but it needs to be explained properly, because if I leave you with the impression that Mr. Morani has left you with, you will be misled, and we don't want you to be left under a false impression as to what actually happened. So there we get to May 2011. We've got our story before the court, and Mr. Morani has got a selection of technical points and no answers to the untested factual allegations which are worrying Commissioner Musi now, as very correctly, and I take your point entirely. It is something that's worrying. So the Chief Justice says to us, Mr. Hoffman, is your client prepared to go on the papers as they stand? And we say, yes, we are, because we think that we've got enough information here to justify not proving anybody was a crook or a acceptor of bribes or a ignorer of the Constitution, but that there is a case for a commission of inquiry. And Mr. Morani turned around and said, no, I'm not prepared to do it that way. I want an opportunity to be given more facts, which we gave him, and to be given an opportunity to deal with the facts. And this you need to know. I wrote about it to Mr. Sony when he was still your evidence leader. And so what happened was the case was postponed, and we supplemented the papers. We put in all sorts of extra information, including the whole story about the BAEE bribes, the Pharaoh-style admissions that their old management were crooks. And we said, okay, let's go to court. What we got back from the presidency was requests for extension in time to deal with the matter, and eventually the last extension was 15 September 2011. And on that day,
Mr. Hoffman, I understand that.
And
whatever history
let
that
me finish. Please let me finish, Mr. Commissioner, I beg you. What happened on that day is, instead of answering the allegations and the facts and the reports and the newspaper stories and the affidavits by scorpions, what we got was, we surrender, you can have your commission of inquiry. And to this day, I am unaware of any effort on the part of anybody, whether they are researchers, evidence leaders, or commissioners in this commission, to actually sit down and work their way through those papers. And when people tell me now that they don't know anything about bribes in the matter, and there's a great wad of bribes in the papers that are in that ex parte NPA matter that I've referred you to a moment ago, I really do worry, Mr. Commissioner, because what needs to happen is that those need to be investigated. Yes, they are unanswered allegations, and there's only one reason why they are unanswered allegations, and that is because Mr. Morani, or in fairness to him, his successor in title, because he wasn't always in the matter, chose not to answer what we put up to the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court refused to allow us to withdraw the matter until it was satisfied that it was proper in public interest litigation that the matter be withdrawn on the basis that the allegations in the public domain in those papers were properly before a commission of inquiry. And that is why you and your learned colleague, Mr. Musi, are sitting now, Mr. Commissioner, and trying to get to the bottom of this. But to pretend that there is nothing wrong and that this is all hearsay and nonsense is not appropriate in a commission of inquiry. You are entitled to hear hearsay allegations in a commission of inquiry. You are entitled to recommend cancellations of deals, criminal proceedings, all manner of unraveling of what is going on and what has been going on. You you're in a position.
Just hold on, Mr. Hoffman. You are making a long speech, and I thought we were at the stage where we are cross-examined.
Yes.
And let me just correct one thing. It is not true that those allegations that your client made at the Constitutional Court are not being investigated. It is not true. Simply not true.
I'm delighted to hear that.
Just hold on, let me finish. And secondly, it's not true that we didn't read that your client's application in the Constitutional Court. It is simply not true. I can assure you, all my evidence leaders, they have read that. There's a first document that they've read. They are fully aware of the allegations that your client made in those affidavits. They're fully aware of all the supplementary affidavits that were signed. And some of those issues we were investigating, we're still investigating. So your allegation that, you will advise us to go and read that affidavit is incorrect, because those affidavits we have had a look at them. And then secondly, those accounts that you're referring to, I can tell you that they are being investigated. So it is not correct for you to say the allegations made are not being investigated. We thought that we are come to the public hearing to come and hear evidence, and those with further documents which proves the allegation, that will help us and give us those documentation. Today, we thought that we'll call former President Becky to come and give evidence, and you will cross-examine him. I never expected that you will start with such a long story and make allegations like, some of those who have not read your client's Constitutional Court application should read it. If you don't mind, can we try and go back to what we're supposed to be doing? And that is the cross-examination of former President Mbeki. Put the questions as short as possible so that he can understand the questions and be in a position to give us the appropriate answers.
Thank you, Chair. And please understand, I did not come here prepared to say what I said now. I came here to cross-examine former President Mbeki, and I've been obliged to spend a lot of my day dealing with objections from Mr. Marani that call for a proper reply, and he deserves a proper reply. He's a senior member of the profession, and he's a learned gentleman, and I can't just sit here pretending that I have no answer to what he says. So if I've wasted your time, please forgive me. Let's get on with the show. Okay, get ready with those. I want to know on the...
Just hold on.
Chairperson, may I request a 5-minute stand down?
I was just about to suggest that. So we'll take a 5-10 minutes break. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll run up.
You better run.
All right. Thank you. Can former President confirm that is under oath? I do.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And I hope not to keep too many people away from their loved ones and their dinner. I want to just finish off the chronology quickly, if I may, Mr. Mbeki, by reminding the Commission and you that on the 8th of June in the year 2005, Shabir Sheikh was sentenced to 15 years for corrupting Jacob Zuma. You recall that, I'm sure.
No, I remember Shabir Sheikh being convicted. The only person I remember being convicted was him. The exact date, I don't know.
And that was on the 8th of June. On the 14th of June, you fired Jacob Zuma from his post as your deputy president in South Africa. You terminated his deputy presidency, as you were entitled to do as the head of the cabinet.
Yeah, sure. Agreed.
Why?
Chairperson, we issued a statement at the time which answered this question, why. I'm sure that even if I have to do it personally, I can send you a copy of the statement. It explains what we did, and that would be the explanation.
So what you're telling the Commission is you stand by the explanation you gave at the time. I think it was something about Caesar's wife and things like that.
Well, no, I don't know anything about Caesar's wife.
All right. Then, on the 1st of July of 2006, there was a national meeting of the ANC, and Jacob Zuma was retained as the deputy president. You recall that occasion?
I'm not quite sure how, the ANC elections are going to help this commission.
All right.
I've looked at it again and
in the interest of brevity, I'll abandon the question.
Okay.
You are aware of a newspaper by the name of the Sunday Times. It's one of the largest circulation newspapers in South Africa. You know that newspaper. You are aware of its presence in the South African media.
Yes, Advocate, I do.
I want to show you the front page of the edition that was published on the 16th of March 2008, with the heading, can we hand these out to everybody, because this is the first document that I'm introducing, and what...
Are those newspaper cuttings?
Yes, it's a newspaper cutting. Yeah.
Alwil Marani, newspaper cuttings. Apparently, Mr. Hoffman wants to cross-examine the former president on the basis of a newspaper cuttings.
Chairpersons, these are allegations which appear in newspaper. We object to that evidence. I mean, we all read it. It dealt with some, alleged bribe or whatever. But that's not evidence, it's just an allegation. And unless somebody were to bring that before the Commission as a fact under oath, we object to.
I'm afraid my learned friend has anticipated the wrong newspaper cutting. Let me tell you what the newspaper cutting is and why it is one that you can accept in the context of this cross-examination, because it is possible for you not to just regard it as a loose allegation out in the blue, but one that you can follow up on profitably. The headline is "Come Clean on the Arms Deal, ANC tells Mbeki," and the lead-in says, party leaders want to summon the president to explain himself, and the reporter reports that business magnate and senior ANC leader Tokyo Sekwali has called on President Thabo Mbeki to explain his involvement in the controversial multi-billion rand arms deal, and the purpose of introducing this newspaper cutting is to give the witness, in all fairness to the witness, the opportunity of enlightening this commission, which is not a court of law, and which is a place in which hearsay evidence is accepted for what it is worth, and giving him the opportunity to account as Tokyo Sekwali asked him to account, or to explain why Tokyo Sekwali was being less than frank or direct about it. This is the only opportunity we're going to get. I don't believe that Mr. Mbeki is going to be required to come back to be cross-examined further by us. And certainly, if necessary, the Commission can subpoena Tokyo Sekwali to ask him what he was talking about when he said this. So I submit that on that basis, it is perfectly in order for a commission of inquiry as against a court of law to receive this and I think 2 other newspaper cuttings that are germane to what the inquiry is about, and I'm asking leave to A, number it, and B, make copies available to everybody around the inner circle here.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I'm aware that many of these questions that have been asked do not have really any relevance to the terms of reference of the Commission, but are calculated to make certain headlines in the media. And just for the sake of the public, I withdraw my objection to what the learned colleague wishes to put. I think Mr. Mbeki will be able to deal with that question, particularly because it's being raised in public, lest the impression is being given or created that the former president has anything to hide. That's on that basis only, not conceding that it is relevant.
Mr. Hoffman, you can go ahead with the question.
I'm indebted to my learned friend and to you too, Mr. Commissioner. How would you like us to number these documents, or shall we just dish them out and then give everybody an opportunity of numbering their own document?
Mr. Mbeki.
Oh, we've got one for you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Maybe that might, what I'm going to say might help you to answer this particular question. That story is a complete fabrication, from beginning to end. A complete fabrication, I repeat. Thanks.
Who was the reporter? Who was the reporter of that publication?
Mr. Hoffman, I'm not sure how that is going to help us, because you've got it in front of you to expedite mail. Tell them who the reporter is.
Somebody's been accused of a complete fabrication. I want to know who that person is.
The story that has been cited that appears in the Sunday Times, Chairperson, is a complete fabrication, whoever wrote it. And that I'm saying this again. It's a complete fabrication. So I do not think, I don't know why you would want to be circulating what is a lie. Thanks.
Are you suggesting that it is a lie that Tokyo Sekwali asked you to give an account of your involvement in the arms procurement deal? Is that the lie that you're talking about?
I've answered this question, Chairperson. I've said the report that the advocate cites, which appears in the Sunday Times, is a fabrication. It's a fabrication that Tokyo, Mr. Sehwale, ever raised any such thing with me.
Maybe we can get on with the rest of the Sunday Times rather quickly. There's another one. Have you spread those around? Yeah, okay. The second one is a Sunday Times report which is dated, forgive me, Mr. Mbeki, is dated the 3rd of August 2008, and its heading is...
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoffman. Seeing that Mr. Mbeki says that this article, the first one that we have referred to, it's a complete fabrication. Do you have any intentions of calling the journalist to come and confirm this story?
And Tokyo Sequali as well, yes.
Or Tokyo Sequali will be a witness, fine. Then we can deal with that statement at that time. Thank you. Thank you.
And then the second newspaper clipping that concerns us is one written later by the Sunday Times, which says it did a 6-month investigation. Secret report fingers both men in arms deal bribes. Mbeki took 30 million and gave some to Zuma, and the detail is 2 million to Zuma. And once again, for the record, your response, please, sir.
Chairperson, again, this is another complete fabrication. And indeed, I'm quite sure at some point, whoever makes the allegation will produce the necessary facts before the Commission. Thanks.
Then the third Sunday Times front page that is alleged to be an exclusive arms deal probe uncovers more dodgy dealings is a document headed, or a page headed, The Big Con by Megan Power and Jocelyn Maker. We were promised thousands of jobs and billions in investments. We got suckered with failed businesses and broken agreements. Is your response to that story equally negative and the same as the other two?
Chairperson, I'm not quite sure why I must respond to opinions of newspapers. The Sunday Times is perfectly entitled to his opinion about this whole thing, and they would state as any other newspaper would be entitled to its opinion. I think my view about it is entirely irrelevant.
And I think one should also mention that the way people from DTI, the way people from AMSCO who came and testified about the various investments which in their view were made and various numbers of jobs which were created, that is all on record, and their evidence was never challenged.
In fact, there is a report, a 10-page report by the Department of Trade and Industry called the Strategic Defense Packages Performance Review Report, which is prepared by the Industrial Development Policy Division. I believe it's the document to which Mr. Commissioner refers, and it shows how few of the 65,000 jobs appeared and how little of the 110 billion rands materialized?
I'm not sure if it showed us that. If you read the record, you'll find that there is extensive evidence. I think 4 or 5, if I'm not wrong, I think I recorded about 9 witnesses who testified about that. I'm not sure whether that is the report, but then, mind you, this one, the evidence that I'm talking about, these people from DTI and from AMSCO, because mind you, then there were direct dips and nips. So I'm not sure which one, the one that we have, to what does it relate to. But then if you look at the evidence that has been tendered up to now, you will find that information.
The document to which we refer has been numbered 633 by somebody, and it's a 2012 document that was released this year, 2014.
Which I circulated.
It has, I think it has been circulated in the Commission as part of the material that Mr. Crawford Brown has made available, so I'm not going to waste time on it. It's getting close to Chila time. I don't know if I want to do these. I don't think it helps. No.
I'm sure, Mr. Shaw, you can help us on this point because those were your clients. And if I recall very well, some of them went to an extent of saying in that, in fact, some of those projects exceeded their expectations.
Okay. Indeed, Commissioner, the evidence of the DTI was that they didn't say like everything was really good as such, but they were clear that even some of the project exceeded their expectations, and even the internal audit report was brought before the Commission to clarify some discrepancies or some certain weaknesses which were identified as the DTI with the NIP and the improvements which the DTI would like to make on that. And Mr. October, for instance, did give very clear evidence in as far as that point is concerned.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman?
Just to close off on stuff out of, or material out of the devil in the detail that I'm advised will not be covered because the Lawyers for Human Rights and the authors of The Devil in the Detail have a completely different strategy to the strategy of Mr. Crawford Brown. There are just a couple of points out of that book which I would like to put to this witness.
I hope the strategy that you're talking about is to testify, because we really want to hear the evidence.
Yes. No, it's really about conditions on the ground in South Africa now. One of the Mr. Mbeki, I'm sorry to have done all that, but you realize I'm doing my job. One of the suggestions that is put forward towards the end of the devil in the detail, and in a sense, I suppose some would argue that you are a victim of that rather than a perpetrator, is that what is called a shadow state is developing in South Africa. It's also dealt with by Mark Gefisser in your Dream Deferred biography, where the view is expressed that those who have succeeded you are not constitutionalists, don't have respect for the rule of law, and do not want to stitch South Africa into the world economy. I'd like to hear what you have to say about those allegations, and I put them no higher than allegations because it's important.
Chairperson, and unfortunately I haven't read this book, The Devil in the Detail. I haven't read it. So I don't quite know what the argument is that the advocate is trying to explain about Shando or something. So I'm really not in a position to comment on this. I would have to read this to understand what the author is saying and what he means. for me to have an opinion about it. But as I say, unfortunately, I haven't read the book. Thanks.
Look, the hour is late. Everybody is tired. On index page 513 of The Devil in the Detail, there is an index entry that says Mbeki Tabo, and it has a number of entries. I'm going to invite you sincerely to don't bother about reading the whole book. It's a lot of detail and there's a lot of devil in it. But look at the entries that relate directly to you. And if you have any comment on those entries, then please supply, if it's all rubbish and irrelevant, just say it's all rubbish and irrelevant and we will know. But please supply this commission, in the interests of people getting home to their loved ones before midnight, with whatever responses you choose to give to what is said about you. I think it's about 15 or 20 pages where your name comes up. It's very clear that you were not a big player in this. You were the deputy president, you were the captain of the ship. You weren't the person doing the day-to-day stuff that went on. And you've been very helpful. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not quite sure what procedure is being suggested now. That the former president must now go and read a document and give us comments. I'm not quite sure if that is part of the cross-examination.
No.
Just hold on. Let me hear what Advocate Marana has got to say.
Chairperson, I think all the evidence that has to be given by President Mbeki should be given in this commission. He's here to give evidence. If there are any questions arising, those questions should be put. He shouldn't be asked to go and do some bedtime reading and then come to some conclusions and then write a letter to the commission or whatever. I think his evidence should be heard by everybody who is here, based on proper questions which have to be asked, and no homework. This is not a primary school.
Yeah, I'm not going to allow Mr. Hoffman you to give Mr. Mbeki any homework that he must go and do at home, and from there send us letters. We want everything to be done in public. If at all you want to ask him questions relating to that, he is here. Let's do it in public.
You're inviting me to continue.
If you haven't finished, you still want to continue, you can continue. I don't want allegations later on that I stopped you from cross-examining. If you think you haven't finished, you can continue.
Bear with me, because I rather thought it was a generous offer, but I see that my generosity is being spurned by Mr. Ferrand. I accept that this sort of thing should happen, but the sorts of questions that one can ask in relation to what goes on is, look, I've already covered the JIT report, and I don't think we need to go into that in more detail. It is covered in this book for the information of the Commission. It is covered in this book in some detail, and Mr. Mbeki has given his explanation, and as his cross-examiner, I am stuck with his explanation on the JIT aspect. So that leaves me, if you'll just bear with me, there are just a couple of items here that I've marked, and I want to make sure that that's still part of that.
Yes, Mr. Advocate Moran.
Chairperson, while a learned colleague is still paging through, trying to think up questions, I hope those questions will really firstly be instructions that he has received from his client, and not mere allegations which appear in a book.
Mr. Moran, I think I'm going to allow Advocate Hoffman to do what he thinks he needs to do. He is going through a particular book. I'm going to give him an opportunity to finish going through that book.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm indebted to you, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, but that's not his. It's not his. It's not his book. It's. It's very tricky to get involved in this detail here. I don't want to go into the detail because we'll be here all night.
Mr. Hoffman, how long do you think you still have to go through that book for you to formulate questions that are going to put to Mr. Mbeki?
I'm in the process of cutting out the bits that I don't want to cover unnecessarily. If you bear with me for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Good.
I'm sure that I will either have a question or I will shut up.
Okay. I hope you find a question in 2 minutes. We'll wait for 2 minutes in the meantime.
They're going to say it's irrelevant. Mr. Mbeki, I want to give you the opportunity, because I think you deserve to have it, of dealing with allegations mainly from your successor, your current successor as president, that you have abused the system in South Africa in relation to the arms deals and other things as well, but in particular to the arms deals, by way of creating political agendas in matters which ought to be matters of criminal investigation. I know that when you were asked repeatedly to appoint a commission of inquiry into the arms deals by various people ranging from Kasatu to Archbishop Tutu and others, your attitude was always consistently, if you have evidence, find a policeman and lay a complaint. Now, the complaint against you is that you have used the system in order to further a political agenda rather than to be involved in the proper administration of criminal justice. And I think because there is so much of that out there, I think it's only fair that I give you the opportunity of responding in this forum to that type of allegation.
Good, Moran. This, to my mind, doesn't relate to our terms of reference. And if the former Deputy President doesn't want to answer that question, he can say so. It has got nothing to do with our terms of reference.
Chairperson, I do not know from whom these allegations emanate, the complaints, by whom. It's not very clear to me. It's just all in the air without being specific. I do not know who the complainant is. I don't know whether it is my learned friend's client, Mr. Terry Crawford Brown, or somebody else. I really don't.
Maybe let me do it. Before I make a final ruling, are you in a position to comment to what Advocate Moran has said now?
Yeah. No, I'm trying to get to the bottom, because the arms deal is intimately involved in what has happened in the unfolding of the political situation in this country. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of that in relation to the allegations that are made on oath by then private citizen Jacob Zuma, now President Zuma, in the Nicholson judgment that the commissioners are aware of, in the Horrocks judgment that followed it, all of which were aimed at suggesting that this witness is a person who manipulates the rule of law for his own political agenda, and we submit that it is relevant to who has benefited and who hasn't benefited out of what has gone on in relation to the arms deals, given that somebody has been given 15 years in jail for organizing a 500,000 rand.
Okay, besides that long speech that we've made, are you in a position to answer Advocate Marani's query?
Asking me whether?
That's right.
Yes,
His
question is,
that
who am I talking about? I'm talking about Jacob Zuma, President Jacob Zuma. That is the person who is making the allegations.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson, that's not correct. President Jacob Zuma never said President Mbeki manipulated situations. In any event, if my learned friend is referring to the Nicholson judgment, we know the history of that judgment, Judge Nicholson's judgment. That judgment was set aside by the SCA. I do not know why it is being brought up here.
It's been brought up here because it has to do with what went on around the arms deals. It doesn't matter that the Nicholson judgment was overruled. What matters is that this witness lost the highest office in the land because of what was said in the Nicholson judgment. And the Nicholson judgment said things about this witness in relation to his attitude towards malfeasance and misfeasance, not only around the arms deals, but in other respects. And I believe, in fairness to this witness, no matter whom we owe our fealty to now, it is only fair at this hour of the day to make that my last question.
Thank you. I'm not going to allow the question. Advocate Moran is there. I'm sure if that question was to the benefit of his client, he would have said so. I'm not going to allow the question. Unless if at all former Deputy President former President wants to respond to that. Because that question has got nothing to do with our terms of reference.
Yes, Nid, I accept your observation, Chairperson, that it's got nothing to do with your terms of reference, but there's a point that I made earlier and then Advocate Marane made again later, which was that, as you know, Chairperson, the work of your commission is being shown to the country, is being televised. And I did say that I did hope that some of the manner in which we've conducted ourselves here has not been in order to address not the commission, but that public that is out there. And so it might therefore in that context be necessary for me to say something very, very briefly about this. And first thing, to confirm what Advocate Moran said here, President Zuma has never ever said any of these things that it is alleged he said. That I did this and that and the other, he's never done that. Secondly, the advocate says that the decision of the Supreme Court of Appeal with regard to the Nicholson judgment is irrelevant. It isn't. Exactly because the Supreme Court of Appeal dealt with exactly the same thing. Dealt exactly with the same thing that is raising. Because these are the matters that were presented to that court. And the Supreme Court of Appeal took a decision about that and set aside what Nicholson judgment had said. It's very relevant to what he said, because that was a matter that was being adjudicated. Now, lastly, the chairperson, the advocate, is just referred to. That's why the witness lost his job for the following reasons. I don't know. He might have got this necessary briefing from the National Executive Committee of the ANC, which entitles him to come to a decision of that kind. Or indeed, he may very well be basing himself on statements that were made immediately after that decision of the National Executive Committee of the ANC by the Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. I would recommend, Chairperson, that if he wants to pursue this particular matter, he should go back to those two sources, which will explain to him what decision was taken and why. Now, lastly, with regard to he mentioned that one of the things were done with turned down the request to appoint a Judicial Commission of Inquiry as part of this process of mishandling whatever. The evidence leader here this morning, Chairperson, you will recall that he spoke about a document which had inadvertently been circulated, which was responses that I had made in 2008 to various parliamentary questions, in fact, 2 parliamentary questions. One of them, Indy explained that it had been inadvertently distributed and really was not part of the record, and indeed the chairperson, you responded to that. But one of these questions was about the setting up of this commission. I don't want to reread what I said in Parliament, but at the center of my argument, Chairperson, about this matter, was there had been a very thorough investigation by state organs here, in which the government had full confidence. In other jurisdictions, there had been investigations, like in Germany. Germans had been in contact with us and asked for legal assistance and this and that and the other. And in the end, they dropped prosecutions against members of the German frigate consortium. I don't know where this British inquiry ended up of the Serious Fraud Office, which related to the matters that the advocate mentioned about what BAE systems might have done. But I'm saying, in the end, there's this huge volume of work that's been done about this, enormous number of documents. And I'm talking about, Chairperson, I must be very clear about this, I'm talking about decisions taken by the Interministerial Committee and decisions taken by Cabinet. And I kept saying, and I repeated this in Parliament, that if anybody has got evidence, despite all of this investigation that's taken place, if anybody has got any new evidence which suggests that we should do this, by all means we will set up a judicial commission. But where is this evidence? To this day, Chairperson, I'm saying to this day, allegations plenty. Plenty, many, you can fill up books and books with allegations. But for 16 years, why has nobody produced one single fact? And that was my argument. That indeed, if somebody could say this one year to 1 or 2 facts or 2.5, to justify this, when various state organs have done as much work as they've already done, then indeed, if there was additional information, we would give it. It had nothing to do with mismanaging or mishandling anything. And indeed, Chairperson, what I said in 2008 to end about this was perfectly correct. Yeah. And I'm saying to this day, and unless I'm not properly informed, yes, I'm aware of the many allegations, which an allegation is very easy to make. But I'm not aware of one single fact that's been produced by anybody to say the Interministerial Committee took any decision in a corrupt manner. That the Cabinet took any decision in a corrupt manner. I'm not aware of this. That in the process, that the process of determining, for instance, the preferred bidders, that decision was influenced by corrupt interventions. Allegations might have very well have been made, but I'm saying on the basis of the facts, given the enormous amount of investigation that's taken place, I kept saying, please produce something which would justify the appointment of a judicial commission of inquiry. That's the entire reason, that was the entire argument. I don't know about this other argument that's being presented, that this was part of some scheme to politicize what should have been ordinary governance things and so on. That's why I'm explaining this, Chairperson. I'm terribly sorry to be so long. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman, do you still have any questions?
Yes, there are a couple of matters that arise from the full explanation that Mr. Mbeki has given us that I feel I need to share with him, because obviously he has big responsibilities in the whole of Africa and doesn't involve himself with the minutiae of what goes on in the arms deal in South Africa.
But my question is, do you have any questions?
I have a question for him.
Okay.
Are you aware that in relation to Ferrostal, who supplied us with the submarines, there is a report which they have released from a privilege. It's a report by a firm of attorneys called Debois Plimpton, LLP, dated the 13th of April 2011, in which it is admitted that there was bribery in the South African submarine deals. You don't know about that report?
No, I'm not aware of that report at all, Chairperson. And so I don't know what it says. I don't know who was bribed. But the point I'm making, which may be wrong, in terms of what has just been said, is that I had no information that members of the IMC, members of cabinet, took any decision corruptly.
Are you aware that in that report, the name of Tony Georgiadis features as a major donor to the ANC?
Mr. Hoffman, I'm not going to allow the question. The witness said that he's not aware of that report. If he's not aware of the report, how can he be aware of the contents of the report?
I thought he might have known about that fact as quite apart from the report. Perhaps I should put the question better.
Rephrase the question. Apart from the report, then you can put that question to him.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. It's getting late. Tony Georgiadis, donor to the ANC, yes or no? Or I don't know.
Sure, he did. But whether he was a major donor or not, which was your original question, that I don't know. But certainly I'm sure he donated something to the ANC.
John Breitenbach. Same question.
I don't know who that is.
Richard Charter.
I don't know whether he donated anything to the ANC.
Who should we go to next?
Mr. Hoffman, if you told them your names are through, then maybe let it be so. I see you're trying to get some further names from your client.
Fana Shlongwane. Now, we were trying to decide which order to do it in. We're trying to be fair to everybody. Fana Shlongwane, is he a donor to the ANC?
I don't know.
Then, are you aware of the fact that BAE has paid massive fines for its illegal activity in the arms trade, and that the South African deal is part of what they have paid in fines for 479 million US dollars in fines for being bad boys in relation to supplying arms to inter alia South Africa?
Just hold on. Are you saying that BE was convicted because of the South African transactions?
That the South African transactions are included in the plea bargain is what I'm instructed by Mr. Crawford Brown. Yes.
Do you have evidence to prove that?
I'm sure that it can be obtained.
I think let the witness answer, and if you can help me, we're going to ask you to give us that information because we've been running around trying to get that information. We're unable to get it. You seem to be in a much better position because your client can get that information. We really appreciate it. Information which shows that BAE paid a fine, and one of the charges was their activities in South Africa.
It was a plea bargain fine, and South
in that
Africa
plea
was part of
bargain
it.
fine, that one of the activities that were included was their South African activities. We really appreciate it if you can give us. And I hope that your client, when it comes to testify next time, will help us with that information.
I love it when a plan comes together, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Mr. Baker can answer the question. Are you aware that BAE paid a fine, and do you know why they paid that fine?
No, Chairperson, I was not. Indeed, I was going to say myself that surely that information should be given to the Commission.
And then, to get to the most painful part, it's quite ironic because I'm not aware myself. I don't know if some of these more learned people behind me are. I'm not aware myself of any corruption in the Italian part of the deal, which is quite funny because of Italy's reputation. But in relation to the French part of the deal, I see I even got Mr. Marani to smile then. In relation to the French part of the deal, Barbara Masekela has said that you came to Paris to talk to the French shipbuilders. And when you were asked about it previously, you couldn't remember that meeting. Has your memory been jogged in the meantime, or are you still without a memory as to what you were talking about in Paris with Barbara Masekela and others?
Chairperson, let me again mention the document that the evidence leader mentioned earlier. The second second question to which I responded, which is in that document, relates to this particular matter. And in that response, what I said was, Ambassador Masekela does not know. Yes, indeed, she arranged a meeting, but she was not there, does not know whether the meeting took place. Minister Issou Pahad, who was with me in Paris, also doesn't recall such a meeting taking place. We asked the French government through the French embassy as to their recollection about this, and they can't recall such a meeting either, which I couldn't either. Now, we didn't, the advocate says that we went to Paris to talk to the arms dealers. We didn't. The reason we went to France was a state visit. It was a state visit, and the reason we could go back to the French government to ask for their own recollection of this meeting is because I was a guest of the President of France, and therefore all the meetings that would have had in France would have had to be arranged together with the government of France. And I'm saying they said that they had no idea whether such a meeting took place. So none of us can recall this meeting taking place. Barbara Masekela can recall arranging it, but she does not know whether it took place because she wasn't there. She didn't participate in it. So that is the answer to this. Now, this is, I had wanted to respond to this thing earlier, Chairperson. The Mr. Hoffman, I don't know, maybe it's in his, I don't know what, but he addresses us in a very condescending manner. He's very superior. Like now, he had raised this thing earlier, suggesting that about this particular matter relating to this supposed meeting with Thompson in Paris, that I deliberately forgotten because there was something I was hiding. That's the manner in which he posed that question earlier. Then got into a long discussion about what had gone on at the Constitutional Court, and so I didn't respond to this. Earlier, I had said that he made a remark that when Advocate Morane intervened about some matter, that the reason he was doing that was to give me time to cook up some story. Now, I'm raising this, the Chairperson, because I don't know what can be done about it. Perhaps there's no way to change Mr. Hoffman. He's got a particular attitude, very superior, very condescending, and says all of these insulting things. I do hope that we should all of us understand that we are trying to do something about building a new society. And maybe we'll have to make a special effort to take out of our bloodstream things that have become ingrained. Thanks, Chairperson.
Permit me to respond to that statement, please.
Before you respond, you no longer have any question. Will this be your last statement?
I have no more questions. The questions,
Thank you.
are over.
You can go ahead.
I do think I need to respond.
Come again?
I do need to respond.
Okay, you can go.
I have behaved particularly badly today. I would like the witness to know that my 34-year-old daughter committed suicide last month, and that the amount of medication that I'm taking in order to be able to function sufficiently to be here at all is rather scary, because I don't usually take medicine at all. So if I have offended you, if I have appeared to be condescending, I'd like you to know that I have an excuse, and like you, I would like to build a new South Africa in which our Constitution is implemented and becomes a reality, and that ordinary people enjoy the fruits of the Bill of Rights. And I do work for that, and I work for that without pay, because not many people want to pay such a disagreeable person anything anyway. So forgive me, Mr. Mbeki, for irritating you or appearing to be talking down to you. That is certainly not my intention. I have the greatest respect for what you did to get us here.
Mr. Mbeki, I'm sure you are prepared to accept the apology.
Well, absolutely, Chairperson. No, I accept fully without reservation. But would also like to express, I'm sure, all of our sympathy with this. I didn't know the story that the advocate has just told about his daughter. It's a very sad story. It's a very tragic story. And indeed, let me say that we are, to the extent, advocate, that any one of us can do anything to help, to support you, we're willing to do that. Very, very sorry indeed to hear that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbeki. My psychiatrist says that what I've been doing today is called sublimation therapy, but I'm sure we can find better ways of dealing with what needs to be dealt with. And thank you for taking an understanding position. Our condolences to you on the passing of your mother.
Thank you. It says 10:06. I think we've got two options. Either we adjourn until tomorrow morning, because lawyers for human rights advocate the force say that they want to prepare, or we arrange another date. I will prefer that we continue tomorrow.
Chair, I have rearranged my life with the result that I've made myself available, and so has President Mbeki. The only person who won't be around is my junior.
Thank you. That is good news. Then, in that case, we will be in a position to finalize Mr. Mbeki's close examination tomorrow. Advocate Force, can we start at 9 o'clock?
If it's possible, Chair, we would prefer to start at 10 o'clock because I still have to consult with my clients and obviously prepare the cross-examination. I would like the extra hour. I can assure you that it won't take the whole day.
Okay, then we'll start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Then we'll start tomorrow again, 10 o'clock. We are now adjourning.